conservative meters. Chelsea Ryan, and with me is Nick Findyson. How are you going, Nick?
Morning, Chelsea. It's a great morning here, and we're excited to get going at our Metro Championships. We've just come off the back of a very successful country championships last week. Now it's the Metro kids' chance to have a go, have a swim, put up some performances as we head into this second half of the long course season.
Yeah, it's great to see so many heats this morning. We're going to kick it all off, or swim it all off, I should say, with breaststroke first up, but then we head into some IMs, butterfly. We've got a couple of multi-class races in there, which are timed finals, backstroke as well, a couple of 400s. So yeah, it's going to be a mixed bag morning.
Yeah, lots of action across many different events, from the 50s right through to the 400s. And it's a great opportunity for those swimmers, some of them who swam a lot in December at our age championships, others of who were either too young to swim in our age championships, too old to swim in our age championships, or not quite qualified. So there's another opportunity for them to come into a major competition and get some racing experience.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. We've got some 11-year-olds, some 12-year-olds here with us this morning, and it's such a great experience. It will be the first time that some of these athletes have swam at our pool at MSAC. But our technical officials are blowing that whistle as we begin with event 2, our women's 200-metre breaststroke with the first heat of 4.
So it's our open event, so it's open turn of breaststroke, so any age of athletes are in this race. So it's good to see a wide variety across our 4 heats. In this first heat, we're ranging in age from 13 through to 18 as we make our way through that opening 25, and it's Lucy Marr in the centre of the pool, off to a nice strong start.
Yeah, look at her beautiful elongated stroke. A lower rate than what we see in lane 6 by Charlotte Kelly and 7 by Renee Lister. And I've got to do a shout out for Charlotte in lane 6. It's her birthday today. She's from Furbank Aquastars. Happy birthday, Charlotte.
It's very nice of the other girls to let her lead through the opening 50.
We'll see how she finishes it all off as we're into that second 50, and Lucy Marr still looking quite strong, but yeah, catching her on her heels. We've got Stella Solomon in lane 5, Charlotte, and then Renee in 6 and 7.
So Lucy Marr had the best of the starts. Charlotte was the fastest of the swimmers in that opening 50, but now Lucy's starting to stamp her authority in this opening 100 and pulled out to almost a body length lead as we make our way through to this 100-metre turn.
And Nick, what are you normally thinking about halfway through your heat? Because, you know, it's a long day, it's a long weekend. This is just the first race of the first session.
So when we're coming to our 200 breaststroke in this third 50, it's really important to keep our length in our stroke. And Lucy's doing a fantastic job there. She's really driving off her legs, finishing her kick off, getting good distance out of each stroke, while she's continuing to keep the intensity up. She's not sacrificing her stroke length.
And looking at the rest of the field, we do have Kimberly Chen in 3 and Lily Chan in 2 as well. And above her, we've got Maisie Graves as well. They're neck and neck in that 1, 2, 3 just up the top. But following Lucy, we do have Stella in 5, who's hot on her heels, but she's still a body length away. Lucy Marr leading quite comfortably with 25 metres to go.
Yeah, Lucy Marr just slowly extended her lead through the second, third and fourth 50, out by 5 metres. Stella sitting in second place. That battle for third place is nice and tight, with Macy Graves putting in a really good swim out in lane 1. Currently just ahead of Renee Lister, and those two battling for that 3rd and 4th position might be all important for a spot in the final tonight. But it will be Lucy who touches the ball and takes out this opening heat.
Stella looking strong behind her with that time 2:49.73. And then in 3rd we had Renee Lister, 2:53.6. And that is our opening race of session 1. Post-race thoughts.
It's a strong opening heat there from the girls, and they've set a high standard for the other heats to follow. And so, with it being an open event, we saw a number of these athletes swimming at the age championships in December, and they were having to compete against just their age group. Now we're adding in that open category, so there's obviously a lot more athletes in a more competitive time. So it's very important that you get those hands on the wall, get that touch, because that 3rd, 4th and 5th place, all within sort of a second and a half, and that's the difference between potentially making a final or not.
Absolutely, it hangs in the balance. We will have to wait for the remainder of our 3 heats, but a brilliant start from the girls, and yeah, well done Lucy Ma. Very, very consistent. As our final athlete exits the water, heat 2 is preparing on the blocks.
So in the centre of the pool in this second heat is Imogen Nolan. She represented Australia at the Deaflympics late last year. So that was great, and she performed really well there. Had a little bit of a break post that, and just been getting back into the training since then. So this is her first competition post Deaflympics.
Yeah, it's exciting to have those milestones and experiences in your swimming career. And I'm looking at lane 1. We have Amy Purris having a cracking start. At the top of our screen there. In competition, though, we have Eve Lawrence in 7, just here in this first 50.
And so as we make our way through that turn, it will be Riley Cardo who leads ahead of Leona, and Imogen sitting in 3rd place. So those 3 all under 38 seconds in that opening 50. So nice early speed and a strong turn from Riley, and she continues to slightly extend her lead. She's out to almost a full body length over both Leona and Imogen on her inside.
Yeah, it looks like there's no stopping her now. How much do you think, Nick, that she can see from the right-hand side and looking at who's catching up with her in the lanes next door?
In breaststroke, it's one of the more difficult strokes to see where the other athletes are, but she continues to hold that lead through the 100. She will be able to probably see that there's a little bit of white water if the swimmer comes up close enough, but where she is at the moment with that half body length lead, she won't be able to see anyone else. The only time she would have seen them was on that turn. She continues to hold that lead with Leona and Imogen going stroke for stroke in lane 3 and 4 in 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, everyone is just an arm's length away, going downwards and across the pool. Riley, Leona, Imogen, Grace, Amelia, as we are going to be coming to that explosive final 50 in breaststroke. How do you bring the explosion?
It's about holding water at a faster rate, so you need to make sure that you're still keeping that good stroke length going. More pressure on those hands, more pressure on those legs. And does look like Leona has really increased her tempo and coming right up alongside Riley with 25 metres left to swim. So those two are going to have a really good battle down this last 25 to take out this heat. And the battle behind is also tightening up between Imogen Nolan, Grace Dobie and Amelia Otto.
Yeah, Riley would definitely be able to see Leona now. And I feel like she's just only a hand's length out in front as they come under the flags for this second heat. It's going to come down to the touch. And Leona, a great catch up there, 2:46.26. Within the same second, Riley, 2:46.73. A fantastic effort still. And following in third, we've got Grace Dolby, 2:49.11. And then it was Imogen and Amelia after that.
So once again, really competitive racing there. And it is going to be tight for those spots in the final tonight. We've already had 10 athletes at that 2:51 or faster. So this last heat knows that they have to put it together a good swim if they'd like to have a second crack today.
Yeah, we're into heat 3 now. And that was a good start in lane 0. Lara Sibley, just want to mention before the field changes, as in lane 4, Lucy Reed pushing up to now. She's half a body out in front, her rate quite high.
Yeah, Lucy is doing a really good job of also still keeping that length in her stroke as she makes her way through to this 50-metre turn. She'll lead through from Tess Izzard and Amity Lansbury. So once again, our top 3 athletes out nice and strongly in that opening 50 here. Our third heat of our women's 200 breaststroke. But it is Lucy Reed out in front who just continues to extend her lead.
And so what do you think of the ages, Nick? So Lucy, 14 years of age. And we have Amity right next door in lane 3, 18 years of age. The span is 4 years of experience, training, maturation. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a fantastic opportunity for the athletes of different ages to compete against each other at these Metro Championships. Some of the events that I'll compete in this week will be in their age groups. Others of them will be in open age groups or slightly combined age groups with a couple of 14, 15-year-olds together. So it's a good opportunity to race people of a different age that you might not always get to at a championship meet and learn off them, whether they're younger or older than you.
Yeah, I love it. I think every opportunity, and these girls are really seizing that. So Lucy Reed still holding the lead at the moment on the bottom, right on the left, right next to her lane rope. It happens with training, doesn't it? You stick to the left, and then right next door to her, hot on her heels, we have Tess Izzard from Yarra Plenty Waves.
So we'll see if Lucy manages to stay straight. But no, off that wall, she's circled the lane completely. So she's definitely in a training rhythm and circling the lane, straight back over to the upper lane rope now. But she still is holding on to a slight lead over Tess Izzard, but Tess is now responding. A really strong third 50 to decrease that margin, and she's coming home nice and strong in this final 50 to move into the lead with 15 metres left to swim.
Yeah, the word that comes to mind is she looks powerful, doesn't she? Her body quite high out of the water, demanding that body of water moves with her arm stroke as she's, going to take out this heat in a time of 2:43.25. Lucy doing a great job the whole way, but in that second position at the end, 2:44.17, followed in by Amity Lansbury, 2:49.74. Then it was Amelia, and then after Lucinda Draper in 2. Another heat by our girls for the 200-metre open breaststroke. That is our heat 3. We have one more heat to come.
And currently, Amelia Grover, who finished 4th in that heat, sitting in 10th place with that 2:49.79. So it looks like she's going to sneak in to the final tonight. We do have this final heat coming up next. But it does look like Amelia's done just enough based on the first 3 heats to sneak into the final.
We will see if there are any surprises here. But great opportunities for PBs for all of our swimmers. We can always improve on our times. Beautiful shot of them underwater. I love the start of our breaststroke races.
One of the beauties of the outside pool in breaststroke, some of those athletes who are getting the full sun on them, they'll be able to sort of see their reflection on the bottom of the pool. And so you can see what you look like as you're swimming. It's almost like having a mirror on the bottom of the pool with that beautiful sunshine.
Very, very cool. As yes, we have in lane 4, we've got Angelina Nguyen from Essendon leading the way at the moment, knocking off that first 50, 38.19 on that turn. And she is just over a body length out in front. We've got Allegra in 5, who is following her up. Then Chelsea Zhang, Isabel Neeson as well in 2. Just keeping her stroke rate nice and consistent as, yeah, about half the pool has been revealed to the sun. See how shiny the whitewash is.
You can see that reflection on the bottom of the pool. It's always good because it makes you feel like you've got really good big lats when you're doing breaststroke. As you're engaging into that pool, as Angelina's making her way into that wall, you can see the reflection on the bottom of the pool as she's working that pool. It was a strong first 50. She makes that turn through at the 100. Not quite as fast second 50 as those athletes in the first 3 heats. She turns ahead of Allegra, with Chelsea sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, I want to be watching Allegra now. I feel like she has picked up pace. She's on the left-hand side as well. Still very much the training focus lens for a few of our swimmers on the left-hand side. But yeah, she is climbing up into that lane and picking up that pace to chase against Angelina. I feel like we're going to have a big final 50 on our hands between the two of them.
Yeah, they are going to come into this final turn right alongside each other. And so the challenge will be to really work through this final turn. And it is Allegra who's faster on and off that wall. And she's now extended away through that speed on her turn and keeping that tempo that she was able to maintain in that 3rd 50 into this final 50.
And that was potentially her game plan all along. As she's put the pedal to the metal. Now she's succumbed over Angelina completely. We're going to be looking at the times here. What was the time that she needed to make? There was a potential to get into the final.
2:49.79. So we're not going to quite get there, but we are on for a really strong swim from Allegra. She had an entry time of a 2:56.84, and so she swum underneath that personal best time here in heat 4 to take it out in our 4th and final heat of the women's 200-metre breaststroke.
That is event 1 complete for this morning as the girls look up at their time. I love it. That's the first piece of feedback that they get, is just eyes straight to the board.
And that's a blessing and a curse.
Yes.
Because we're always comparing ourselves to the time that's on the board and often our personal best. We can't be our best every single day. It's actually impossible. So sometimes we need to be realistic with a good swim isn't necessarily a personal best. It's, did you execute the race how you planned? And were you within a ballpark of some of your top performances?
I think it's a great attitude to have in the understanding of the long game as well in swimming as we begin event 3, our men 200-metre breaststroke. It is the open age group as we begin with heat 1 of 3. Look at the pace from the middle of the pool. We've got Felix Dressel de Bruin in 4, Milo in 5, Harold not in that lane. Looking at Ashley Lansbury on the other side in 3.
So they all make their way through the opening 50 and they turn together, those 3 athletes in the centre of the pool. But it was the Dressel de Bruins who got the better of the turn. So Ashley touched first, but both Felix and Milo popped up in the lead, just ever so slightly ahead as we make our way down towards this 100-metre turn. It is Felix who's now starting to stamp his authority on this opening heat.
Yeah, Felix 19 years of age, Milo 16. What do you think the rivalry is between them?
It's obviously a great chance for the brothers to race each other, and they're doing a good job going under the 110 for that opening 100. So a nice solid opening 100 here in our opening heat, with Ash sitting not too far behind.
Yeah, Ash doing a good job is just holding to the legs there of Felix, and then flanking him on the other side is just to highlight Darcy and then Samuel in 6. But it is going to be the battle between the Dressel de Bronze. Felix taking over in the lead here. Final turn 146. Then Milo just 1 and a bit seconds behind.
And that's just been the difference, that Felix has been able to maintain his speed just a little bit better than Milo through that second, third and fourth 50. We saw them all get out together at that similar speed, but it has been Felix who's been able to keep his stroke nice and long, efficient, maintain his tempo, be relatively consistent across this second, third and fourth 50, and now he's going to extend out to take this opening heat out by almost 5 metres.
And that is with a time of 2:22.86 for Felix, followed by Milo 2:26.15, and then very close behind we have Ashley Lansbury, who's in 3, 2:26.95, so within the same second of Milo. And then it was Samuel Mills, 2:34.44, and then Darcy Stewart all the way on the other side, top of the pool, 2:35.14. So just noting those times, as we know that a lot of our finals lanes will come from our first couple of heats.
Yeah, so with just the 3 heats of the men's 200 breaststroke, all 3 are seeded heats. So we've got our athletes spread evenly across all 3 heats. With the centre of the pool has the fastest athlete. So lane 4 of the first heat is our fastest athlete. Second fastest athlete is hitting the water now, Nicholas Dupas. And based on seed, and then Jacob Nimmo in the 3rd heat will be our 3rd fastest on seed times. Then we move through lane 5, 3, and then work our way to the outside of the pool.
It normally creates a beautiful flying V, but at the moment we have Jeremy in lane 7, who is ruining that aesthetic, but he's having a great crack. He's up against in lane 4 Nicholas, and he's just behind him at the moment.
Also starting off strongly in lane 2 was Mitchell Davies. So those 2 boys went with the attack that first 50 race strategy and trying to go out with our boys in the centre of the pool.
How important is starting off the race from reaction time to then your underwaters at the beginning?
It's really important the reaction time is important, but not vital. The more important thing is getting off the block efficiently and quickly, but hitting the water in that tight streamline with speed, so you can carry all that speed from the dive into the water, then transition it into your split stroke, and then carry that split stroke speed, so your underwater speed, through the surface and into that opening 50.
Well, Nicholas Dupas has done that really well and has capitalised on his turns too, as it's over halfway now, as we're about to come to our final 50. So Nick, then we have Hamish in 5 and Jeremy in 7. I'll be interested to see if Jeremy comes up against Hamish, and then also at the top of our screen in 2 we've got Mitchell Davies as well, trying to place in for that 3rd position.
So we saw Jeremy start off nice and strong in that first 50, and he's done a really good job to maintain himself in the fight here in this second heat, and has given himself a really good chance to progress through to the final, when based on seed times that was not what he was expected to do.
Yeah, we love to be surprised here from the pool deck, but Nicholas is going to finish really strong, checking out his time with a 2:25.98 result. Hamish in that 2nd position in this heat, 2:27.93, followed by Jeremy, who did a great job from lane 7, 2:29.01. And we had Mitchell Davies and Jacob Chester. As final swimmers come to the wall. Go with our final heat, heat 3, the men's 200-meter breaststroke. And so, Nick, we were talking about the difference in our first race between 1 and 2, between the brothers Felix and Milo. Where do you think the completion of the race comes from? Does it come from the start of the race and how you set yourself up? That's what these boys are focusing on. Or does it come from outside of the race with consistency in training and sticking to a plan that your coach is advising?
Well, obviously, your performance contributes from multiple different factors, but how you've been working on training is going to be the biggest determining factor on your performance. You do need to be able to then convert that onto the race day, but how you've been preparing for these events in those weeks and months leading into the competition is the most important factor.
While leading this race at the beginning, but is being chased at the moment, Quinn Richards in 5 from Camberwell Grammar, the 14-year-old, one of the youngest in our pool in this heat here, but he's being chased by Harry Lou, who, let's see, it's halfway mark, and they are so close. They're only just 0.2 of a second, the difference on that turn. So be watching Harry as well in lane 1, top of the field, just here in this race.
So they're not out quite as fast as those opening 2 heats, but both Max and Quinn are putting together a really strong swim down this third 50. They're keeping that stroke length, which is really important in your third 50. Third 50 is one that really starts to hurt. Those forearms start to feel sore, the legs feel like they're going to drop off. Being able to keep that length in your stroke is really important. As both of them turn through that 150-metre mark together, Max in a slight lead over Quinn as they make their way down this final 35.
And I just want to highlight to those at home who aren't swimmers that when your legs are going to drop off, this is a good thing. This is a good challenge for these boys.
And it does look like they're going to have a great race all the way to the wall. So they started strongly, both of them that first 50. They've continued their battle throughout. Quinn Richards is finishing nice and strongly in the last 25 metres, and he will take out this third heat ahead of Max, with strong performances from both of them, with Dax sitting in third place.
Yeah, great effort by our boys in our third heat, and that'll make the mix-up of times for tonight. Finals begin at 4:30 in the afternoon, so not too late. So a turnaround time where they can go and recover, go and fuel up. The ones that are qualified come back tonight and do their best to get on that podium.
Yeah, and those times from both Max and Quinn will be fast enough to progress to the final as you now move along to event 4, the girls 13 and under 200-metre individual medley. We've seen some of these athletes already swim the 200 breaststroke and then jumping back up into their 200-metre individual medley.
I absolutely love it. The enthusiasm on this race as well. We have 7 heats. This is the first one. Having a beautiful start. We've got Kimberly Chen, who, as you mentioned, was in our previous race of the 200-metre breaststroke, leading out in front, 13 years of age, from Melbourne Swimming Club.
So she turns first through that first 50. Does a good job of her underwaters off that wall, with Charlotte Ford sitting in second place. Those two have got a body length lead over the rest of the field, with Amber in lane 3 and Gabrielle in lane 8, having a tight battle for second and for third and fourth, but also swimming really strongly as Cadence and Sadia over in lane 0 and 1.
Yeah, and I want to highlight that Sadia is only 11 years of age, the youngest in this heat. She's doing a fantastic job to be keeping up with the girls a couple of years older than her as well. As we come into the turn, it is the breaststroke leg. Most swimmers have told me is the most challenging leg in the IM.
Well, it's just a completely different stroke than the other 3 strokes. And so that's therefore, it has a different category of swimmer that tends to excel in it, so that when we put it together in an IM, it is challenging to be able to be successful at all 4 of the strokes.
Yeah, a different style of technique, and we're talking about a different way to be explosive in, to have a different mindset around it. But yeah, Kimberly Chen, who did fantastic in the 200 breaststroke earlier this morning, capitalizing on that leg as she comes into the final 53, looking very strong, nice and out in front. Is it going to be all about that time for her? And in 6, we've got Charlotte Ford vying for that 2nd position. She's not going to give up. And then Amber Liu in lane 3 is putting a bit more effort in. There's a bit more whitewash around her stroke, but I don't think she is going to be able to catch as Kimberly Chen hits the wall with her time of 2:31.22. And then it was Charlotte 2:37.23, followed by Amber 2:39.26. So she was just a couple of seconds behind Charlotte. Effort was there. Coming in then we had Sadia, our 11-year-old, 2:42.89. And in 5th position, Claire Danny with her 2:45.86. It is a big race. Definitely needing to take a breath on those lane reps afterwards. They're going to be really proud by all of their efforts. That is heat 1. As we prepare up onto the blocks, heat 2 will be coming our way.
So we are underway here for our 2nd heat. And strong underwater dolphins in the center of the pool from Anna Kang, popping up almost right at that 15-meter mark.
Yeah, I was loving the energy that Ali Wang in lane 0 at the top brought to that first 15 meters in the pool, but taking over the lead, Anna Kang in 4, 13 years of age from Nuttawading, rivaling Zoe McCauley, 13 as well from DVE in 5. They're flanked either side though. Taylor Holt in 3, beautiful butterfly leg, and then Ada Jackson Zung from Nuttawading in 6 as well. So it was the battle off the turn there into the backstroke.
So Anna got out nice and strong in that butterfly leg. She's settling down into a rhythm in backstroke, but Zoe's coming right up alongside her. We expect Anna's breaststroke is also one of her strengths, so the fact that Zoe's catching up here in the backstroke, we'll look for Anna to try and respond once again once we turn into the breaststroke. But those two are going to head to the wall together to lead this 2nd heat through the 100-meter mark.
Yeah, it was a close turn. I'm sure that they know us, particularly on the turn. They could see each other underwater, and Anna Kang has taken advantage of coming off into the breaststroke. We said the technical 3/4 of the race. She is really capitalizing on that. Now she is a body length out in front.
Yeah, so she is a very strong breaststroker, and she's using that to her advantage, getting great distance out of every stroke, making sure she finishes the kickoff. Those feet are coming right together, squeezing tall out in front with her arms as she turns through that 150-meter mark. They turned together, but she had a 5-meter lead by the time she worked her way into that freestyle leg over Zoe, with Ada sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, it was going to be between Ada and Taylor, but Ada looks like she is going to be taking that third position if she keeps up that strength in the final 50, as we're looking at Anna, who is taking it home. Zoe not going to be able to chase her, but it is going to be about that time, and comparing them to heat 1. Looking nice and comfortable as she's coming into the wall.
Yeah, strong swim there from Anna to take out that second heat. Zoe also putting a good swim together. And there's a tight battle for third that will go the way of Ada, who just gets her hand on the wall ahead of Neve.
Yeah, a great swim by our girls. We check out our results. Anna Kane with that 2:35.33. This is heat 3. Underway and up first in lane 4, Victoria Dang, 12 years of age from Melbourne Swimming Club. And it has worked for her, leading the way. A cracking start as well. Annabelle Tan in lane 0. But yeah, it'll be coming off either side of Victoria in the lanes to chase her for the lead after this 50-metre free fly, I should say.
Yes, Arena's moved right up alongside Victoria, and those two turn first and second through that butterfly to make their way into our backstroke. So it's really important in that backstroke to hit that speed right from the get-go. We can't build into our backstroke, need to be nice and positive. Attack that opening 25 with backstroke, and Victoria's doing a really good job of that to re-establish herself out in front, just ahead of Lexi and Rena.
Yeah, neck and neck, and they've got the big white shade sail that is above our outdoor pool here at MSAC to follow. It's not exactly straight, so you do have to know where your lines are as we come into halfway for the race and the turn into the breaststroke. It is Victoria Dang leading the way with that half time of 1:13.83. Doing fantastically in that transition. But yes, either side of her, she is going to be fought, and not giving up is Rena Liu, our 13-year-old from Nuttawading. On the top-hand side of Victoria, though, in 3 and 2, we have Lexi and Julia. And then I'm also looking down at lane 7 from Annabelle Kim. Really utilising the strength of her breaststroke. The athlete from Nuttawading, 13 years of age, has overtaken the rest of the field. Let's see if she can hold on, utilising that turn as well. Bringing in the legs, you can see from the whitewash kick, it was all about that leg of the breaststroke for her. Fantastically done. And I reckon she's going to be able to hold on with 25 metres to go. We are battle for that second position between Victoria in 4 and Rena in 5. Victoria just an arm's length out in front. Lexi and then Julia in 2 doing a fantastic job to hold on in the mix there for that third position. But a huge takeover in that race. Annabella Kim with a time of 2:38.88. And in second, Victoria leading the start of the race, 2:41.21. Rena 2:42.60. And then we have Julia as well, 2:42.60 as well. Bang on the dot, both of them, Rena and Julia, with that time. So fantastic work from Julia in bringing that up and getting in there with the touch to be able to equal that third position in the heat. So yes, we'll be watching Annabella as that completes heat 3 of our 7 heats for our girls 13 and under 200-metre IM. So So heat 4 is here. And Nick, what are your insights on, we do have 7 heats for our girls 13 and under for the IM. Do you think that they're putting their hand up to be part of the race, or do you think their coach is recommending it?
200 IM is the greatest race of all time. Not biased at all, but it is a fantastic event, especially for our age groupers. It's a lot of them will be developing this event through their training, because as you grow and develop, you don't actually know where you're going to end up in your journey. I always like to use Andrew Lauterstein as my example here. He, coming up as a junior, he was a fantastic butterflyer. Then he became a backstroker and almost made an Olympic team in backstroke. Returned to making some Australian teams in freestyle, in the relays, and then was an Olympic medalist in the butterfly. So while he didn't tackle the breaststroke probably at an elite level, the other 3 strokes, as he grew and developed during his career, became his best strokes at various periods of time. And if he'd neglected them and hadn't given them a go as he was going through his age group years, he might not have ended up swimming alongside Michael Phelps and Martin Cavic in that race in 2008. That was decided by 1/100 of a second. It was Andrew Lauterstein who was in 3rd place in that race. He also got a touch by 1/100 of a second in that battle for 3rd. And if he'd given up on his butterfly earlier on or not developed his other strokes, he may not have ever got there.
I love that story. You have to be open-minded and you have to gain that experience. I want to highlight first in that backstroke leg that we had Victoria Germain in 0, Ella Robertson in 1, and Alicia Quinn in 2, having a fantastic race. But swinging down to the bottom of the pool, looking at lane 9, Summer Zhu, 13 from Nuttawading. She's ahead of the pack at the moment. She is leading the race as much as Nikita Chu, who's doing a great job across the breaststroke leg, capitalizing it on. It was Summer, and I don't think she can be caught at this stage.
Yeah, really strong swim from Summer. She had an entry time of a 2:51.15. She's on track for a massive personal best, but flying over the other side of the pool and is going to smash her entry time by just as much is Ella Robertson. And so Ella's now moved into the lead. So Ella's going to take our 4th heat out in a huge personal best time. Well done, Ella Robinson, flying home in 35 seconds. Summer also taking a big chunk out of her personal best, with Nikita sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Well done, Ella. She proved me wrong. I said that Summer couldn't be caught, but she put on the fuel jets and blasted her way into the wall. Excellent job.
There's athletes that are swimming 5-10 seconds faster for that 200 IM who'd be very happy with a 35-second freestyle leg. So it's a really strong leg from Ella, and I'm sure that when she's working with her coaches now, they're probably going to encourage her to be a bit more positive at the front half of that race, because obviously the back half was very, very strong.
Heat 5 has hit the water now. And a brilliant start in lane 3, just coming up above the water now. On cue, Eve Hugh from MLC, 13 years of age, is powering through this first 25 of the fly already.
Yeah, came up right on that 15-metre mark, used every centimetre of allowable space underwater, and she's looking fantastic through this butterfly leg. The last 2 strokes were a little bit long into the wall, but she turns through in a fast 31.6, with Mia sitting in 2nd place. Now the challenge will be to keep that tempo up in this backstroke leg.
Yeah, obviously a strength of Eve's. And looking at Lena in lane 0, 10 years of age, as well as I've got to point out in 4, Nia is also 10 years of age, but she had a good turn on the backstroke, neck and neck with her. It's good to have a buddy in the pool. Alyssa is in 1. But yeah, Eve is just showing it off right now. Let's see if she can hold on to it all the way. That's what I love to see, the challenger. If you're leading out in front on any race, but particularly she smashed out a great butterfly, can you hold it?
So they make their way through to the breaststroke now. So Eve's still holding that commanding lead. We're coming to this breaststroke leg, and we'll see if these other athletes are starting to make a move on her through this first 25 of breaststroke. The lead's down to about 5 metres, as Alyssa looks to be the fastest over that first 25 of breaststroke.
Yeah, it is neck and neck between Elena and Alyssa in 0 and 1. And then in 4 and 5, we have Mia and Jianing, who are right next door to each other, as well as Ava in 6. And they are gaining ground on Eve in 3, Alyssa and Elena. And I'm looking at Ava in 6. Isn't it amazing how in the IM it just swings?
So now going into this last 50, we're going to have 6 athletes within 5 metres of each other, which at the 100-metre mark, it was 1 athlete within 10 metres of the lead.
We wouldn't have expected it, how things can change. I am keen. That was the question that we posed at the start. Can she hold on? And we're talking about Eve here at the top of your screen with the black cap. But chasing her, we have Jining and Ava in 5 and 6. They are very much neck and neck.
But it will be Eve, our early leader, has led from start to finish, and a nice personal best time to match that effort, with Ava in 2nd and Jining in 3rd.
Yeah, congratulations to Eve. I'm sure she'll look back on the race, as all of our swimmers will, and look at how the ebbs and flows happened and get some input from our coaching staff as well. But yeah, a great hold to finish it off. So that was heat 5. As we're getting our results up. About to move into heat 6. I'm just looking at all the different heights on the block, Nick, and we have quite the variety.
And I think that's another thing for athletes to be aware of. Obviously, your height's genetic, but when you grow to the size you're going to grow to is very individual. And it's a process. Your maturation process is a process, and we don't all grow at the same time. And as we're going through that process, we improve our strength and our power at different stages. And so we need to look at it from a long-term perspective, not a today perspective, but where we're going to end up at the end, rather than comparing ourselves to others as we're growing and developing.
Claire in 5 and Arabella in 4. Having a great start, and just behind in 3rd position in the race, Alina Wang in 3rd. And yeah, I think that's a really good highlight, Nick, because it comes down to all these training habits. And if you're being consistent, your growth and maturation and performance will come. It's a combination of many, many things, and those 1%ers is, you don't know when that iceberg is going to melt.
Exactly. So through this first 100, it will be Claire who has a nice strong lead over Arabella. It was a really good backstroke leg from Claire. She kept her tempo up nice and high, and she converted that into a strong opening 25 of breaststroke to extend her lead over both Arabella and Alina.
Yeah, she looks like she's in a really nice flow with her stroke, focusing on forward. So Claire, 12 years of age, from Melbourne Swimming Club. Just behind her now in the battle for that 2nd position in the heats, we've got Arabella in 4th from Furbank and Alina in 3rd from Nunawading. And it's always a high battle, particularly when it comes to breaststroke and hitting the wall. But freestyle, we're going to pull in the power here. If you've got any fuel left in the tank, and that's what you have to do, you have to manage your output across the whole race. And again, for this age group, 13 years and under, it's a fantastic experience. You can do what you can in training, but you can't simulate the exact experience of what it is racing in such an incredible venue here at MSAC. And it was a close one, but it has spread out now with Alina in third, really pushing into that second position above Arabella. Claire hitting that wall at a 2:46.37.
Nice, strong personal best swim once again. Alina also well and truly under her personal best. So really strong swim from our top two athletes in our sixth heat. We're about to make our way to our seventh and final heat of our girls 13 and under 200 metre individual medley.
Again, some wonderful experiences being obtained by our young athletes. 10 and 11 years of age are in the mix of this entire heat here, heat number 7. And it's very close across that first 25 metres, just breaking away the difference now. Letitia Campos in lane 0 from Melbourne Swimming Club, and flanking completely on the other side of the pool, we're looking at lane 9, Gia Yu from Southeast Swimming Club.
Yeah, so there might be some of our youngest athletes at this competition, but they're definitely some of our most energetic. We always see them chatting incredibly loudly in all different places and keeping the energy up for some of our older athletes that like a little bit more of a calm environment.
We love that energy. Keep on bringing it and putting that energy into the race. Looking at lane 4 as well, is doing a great job. We've got Hanoka Terasaka from Nuttallwadding, but yeah, streaming ahead, really keeping that lead up on the backstroke. Gia Yu from Southeast. Let's see what her halfway mark turn brings her. There's the time of 1:25.2, and then Hanoka following her. Lin Lang in 3, now moving up into that third position. Letitia still doing well, having a good first half of the race.
And we're moving on to that breaststroke, but Gia's not slowing down. She's continuing to hold that lead and has now re-extended her lead over Hanoka and is out to 2 body length lead. She's putting together a fantastic swim down here in lane 9. She was our slowest athlete based on our entry times across these 7 heats, but she's given herself a chance to swim an absolutely massive personal best as she makes her way down to the final 5 metres of breaststroke. She's doing a fantastic job of keeping that stroke nice and long, finishing that kick off as she turns through here. And she's got 55 seconds to swim this last 50 metres to be under a personal best, which she's going to do comfortably.
I love that. What an achievement in itself. She doesn't even hit the wall, and we're celebrating for her, as we should. We've got in 3, Ling Lang, and 4, Hanoka, who are battling it out, but Hanoka has really pushed forward just with that body length out in front with that second position. As we zoom in on Gia, coming to the wall there, nice and strong. She didn't slow down at all in that final 50. That time she's been given 2:52.74. Awesome. to the boys. It's event 5, 13 and under 200 meters IM. And look at the fast start by Zuyang 2 in lane 9 and 4. It's between just them here in the first 25, Lachlan Bull.
Yeah, Lachlan Bull's doing a really good job of keeping that length in his stroke. As he will lead through this opening 50s. That butterfly in that IM needs to be fast but relaxed. He's done a really good job there in that opening 50.
Yeah, who's not going to let him go, that they know he is competition. Lincoln Hall in 5, Elijah Lamont in 3. But Lachlan really extending that lead. Beautiful elongated arms in the backstroke, and even though he had a fantastic first 50 with the fly, Zuyonen in 9, just slowing down. He gave it all that he had.
So it will be Lachlan who leads through for that back to breast turn. Lincoln sitting in second place, and now moving into third is Elijah. But once again, we move on to this breaststroke. We know that Lachlan Bull is a really strong breaststroker. And he's doing a good job of keeping that length in his stroke. Squeezing really tall between every stroke. So not only is he making sure he's finishing his kick off, but out in front, those hands are reaching for the wall at the other end between every stroke. So he's staying long and streamlined and really getting the maximum value out of every kick.
I like that term of maximizing value. Final 50, here we go. Kick of the come up. Let's see how he's going to come up against his time. As we know, our first couple of heats are the fastest. This is the first of 7. So again, popular event. We love the exposure of experience. Lachlan pushing out very clear, calm, and confidently out in front. And as we said from the beginning, chasing him on either side, Elijah Lamont in 3, Lincoln Hall in 5. Lachlan with a time of 2:23:09, followed in by Lincoln 2:27:44 and Elijah 2:31:08. It is all about times here in the heats. Leonardo in lane 1 was in 4th position, 2:35:60. Had a great freestyle leg in 5th in this heat. Johan in 2:35:64. Some great efforts by our boys.
As we expect, those positions in the final tonight are very competitive. So there was tight racing behind Lachlan in that battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th to really make sure you got your hand on the wall to give yourself that good chance to progress to the final tonight.
And so Nick, we're vying for those finals positions. What do you think it means for these swimmers to then be able to qualify for that final and swim that race tonight, particularly in a 200 IM?
So for some of these athletes, they'll be using their Metro Championships as a chance to practice swimming heats and finals, because there's not that many meets you go to in a year where you get the opportunity to swim in a heats and finals format. So we obviously had our state age championships in December, and a lot of these athletes who are in the centre of the pool will be looking to progress towards their national championships in April, and the fact that they're able to do that in a heats and finals format here, giving that practice of getting 2 chances to race their event and trying to swim a fast heat and then back it up tonight with a faster final, because that's what they'll need to do come April.
We've had a great start. It was Evan Nim in 5, particularly with his butterfly leg. Leads the way still after the backstroke as we hit halfway through this IM. Peter Kim now really going to push him in the breaststroke. We both know they're both from Surrey Park. They're both athletes from the same club. Quite strong in breaststroke, we know this club is. And then behind, we've got Rain Lee in that 3rd position in 3. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, followed by Owen Foley. Yeah, look at that battle as Peter just overtakes Evan.
Yeah, really strong breaststroker, Peter. So he's used that to his advantage. So he's going to have a half body length lead over his teammate as he heads into that freestyle leg. So he gained over 3 seconds in that freestyle and has now converted that and extended it into the freestyle leg. He's over a body length clear. He's looking relaxed. Those legs are kicking nice and strong. But he is comfortably in control of our second heat for our boys 13 and under 200-metre individual medley as he comes underneath the flags and is going to take it out ahead of his teammates.
He's got the time of 2:23.49, Peter, followed by Evan 2:26.21, and then Rain Lee 2:31.77. Against their entry times, but still some great efforts and vying for those final positions.
Yeah, so we've had 6 athletes swim at that 2:31 or faster as we head towards our third heat. Another couple of athletes 2:35. So those ones that are swum at 2:31 will be feeling relatively confident. Those ones who swam 2:35s will be sure as they're heading into the swim down pool, will be keeping their eye on the scoreboard and watching this third heat because they're sort of in that danger zone.
We love watching other heats. It's the what will happen, will I, won't I make that final. Has a strong start from the middle of our pool in grades 4, 5 and 6. In 6 we've got Nate Anderson from DBE leading the way, just a couple of hands out in front. Really giving him a go against him is Fraser Blair in 4. As we know, we're always looking out for those middle lanes. And 3 on the other side of Fraser, Andrew Wang, seeing what he can do at the beginning of the backstroke leg.
It was a nice tight backstroke legs from our 5 athletes in the middle of the pool, all within 0.7 of a second of each other in that opening 50. As we've moved into the backstroke though, it is Fraser Blair and Daniel who started to stamp their dominance on the field and are now out by a body length and a half lead over the other 3 that they turn with.
And I'm curious because you look down and you look up and obviously there's a sudden change from that 125 in the backstroke to the other. How do you explain what made the difference in the length and the distance between those swimmers?
So it's that carrying that speed in and out of that turn and then being able to maintain their tempo into their backstroke. Obviously some of these athletes are going to be stronger at certain strokes, but it's all about being able to maintain your tempo through the whole 50 as we transition into each stroke. And the boys in the center of the pool, Fraser and Daniel, are doing a really good job of doing that into this breaststroke leg as well. They've kept their stroke length and they're attacking this third 50 as they make their way to that final turn.
It's going to be an exciting final 50 freestyle. And then vying for that third position in this heat, Andrew Wang in 3 and Nate Anderson in 6, looking to be at that same time at the moment. And stretching out in front, we've got Fraser.
Okay, so Fraser has continued to keep that pressure on. So that's been the difference in this freestyle leg. He's just been able to keep the pressure on just a little bit stronger than Daniel, and is now pulled out to over a 2 body length lead as he comes underneath the flags to take out this third heat. Daniel will finish in 2nd place. A tight battle for 3rd will go the way of Andrew Wang. So a strong swim for those 4 boys in the middle of the pool.
Swimmer comes in. It's Kaylin Yee from Yarra Plenty Waves, our 11-year-old. Well done to all of our athletes here in this heat and this morning. It's a great effort, and it's school holidays, so you don't even need to take a day off to go swimming.
Exactly. So Andrew Wang and Nate Anderson currently sitting in 9th and 10th position, so just inside the final. after the first 3 heats. Now we'll have to see what these athletes in our remaining 4 heats can do, but they've given themselves every chance to qualify for that final tonight.
Possibility does make it exciting as we're about to head into heat 4. And Nick, what do you think the preparations on the block actually do? Do you think it prepares the body, or do you think it just calms the nerves? We've got the tapping of the legs, that's for the muscles, and we've also got the handshakes and the jumps. What are your thoughts?
It's obviously important to be relaxed before you start your race. So some movement is always good. A lot of the movement is more from a superstitious benefit, though. It's not really a physical benefit, but as long as you're staying warm and relaxed, that's the important thing. So everyone will have their own things that they like to do, but I'm not going to say if you didn't do it, you can't swim fast.
What was yours? Or what is yours? You still compete?
No. The competition days are behind me. I'll leave it to the. I'll leave it to the young ones.
Is this your official retirement announcement?
You never,
never say never.
Never say never. But I think the body might have said no a while ago now. As we move on to the 4th heat, and in the centre of the pool, Sean Wang off to a really strong start. Good underwaters, popping up with speed and powering through this opening 25.
And who's also powering? We've got Zane Metching, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, hopefully, from Fairbank Aquastars in lane 8, having a good butterfly leg as well. Next to him in lane 9, too, Otto Piper. But it is in lane 5, Sean Wang, who's done a brilliant job to lead the way as he transitions into the backstroke leg. Let's see if he can extend those arms as well as the lead.
So he is holding that body length lead through that opening 25 of backstroke. But Jacob's tempo is a little bit faster and starting to make up a little bit of ground, trying to catch up to his feet. Also swimming really well is Otto Piper. Otto's probably having the fastest of the backstroke legs. He's moved from 5th place all the way up into 2nd place as he makes his way into that final 5 metres. But it is still Sean Wang out in front, and Sean does turn first at that 100-metre turn. Otto in 2nd, Jacob in 3rd, and Zane Matenjay is now sitting in 4th place. We know Zane's a really strong 50 and 100-metre breaststroker, so we'll see if he can use that speed in this 200-metre individual medley. It's challenging, though, to convert your individual breaststroke speed into a medley.
I'm just thinking of the transitions even from the backstroke to the breaststroke. Do you want to come in strong to the wall with that hand to be able to really turn yourself and then push off strong with your legs? And how important is this final transition with the underwater to go into your freestyle?
Just like a tennis ball, the faster you go into the wall, the faster it's going to come out. So it's really important to attack every turn with lots of energy. So Zane has taken over the lead, but the fastest breaststroker in the field was actually Lucas Kovac. So he put together a really strong breaststroke leg to make some ground, to move all the way through the field into 2nd place. But Zane has accelerated off that final wall and is going to be fighting Lucas down this final 50, but not to be discounted is also Iran over in lane 2. So those 3 are going to go head-to-head for the last 15 metres here in heat 4.
Yeah, wow, they're really steeping up their efforts here. Zane not wanting to give up that lead. Then in 6, we've got Lucas, who's going to challenge Iran. Oh, and he hasn't done it. It is Iran that got that 2nd position. So let's go down the line. We've got Zane in 1st with a time of 2:44.22. Iran got there in the end, 2:44.95 for that 2nd position. Lucas 2:45.20. And then following in Caleb Schmidt in 1. And then Miguel in that lane 3. So great effort by the boys. A great race to watch.
Yeah, so once again, we saw some big personal bests from those swimmers there in Heat 4. We'll see if our swimmers in Heat 5 can match them.
That's a brilliant start by Andrew Chan from Surrey Park, displaying some strong breaststroke. And looking at the other side, Wei Yi Diao from Yarra Plenty Waves as he comes into that first 50. That was a great display.
And now that challenge is to keep that tempo up, which he's doing a really good job of through the opening 15 metres of backstroke. Because obviously after we conclude that butterfly, the temptation is to just have a relaxed tempo on our backstroke. But we need to be nice and aggressive, trying to keep that tempo up. And it's William Siddles who's flying down this backstroke leg. He's moved from 5th place and he's going to take over the lead as they head underneath the flags.
And particularly he is in the sun as well in those first few lanes. We've got the sun shining and glistening on the pool. Let's hope for his sake that his breaststroke leg is as strong as his backstroke. There's neck and neck between him and Wei Yi Deo in 3rd. And down the bottom of our pool as well, we have from Surrey Park, Andriel Chan. We talk about the Surrey Parkers and the breaststroke. And below Andriel is Shun Gill in lane 8. So it's shaping up to be an interesting race.
Yeah, with 15 metres of breaststroke left to swim, there's 4 boys who are in with a chance here. As they make their way towards the wall, it's really important to try and finish on a full stroke so you can carry that speed, as we were talking about in the previous heat, into that freestyle leg. And really tight between Wei Yi and Shun as they make their way into the freestyle, almost together, and really working those legs off the wall. Both boys are fighting down this last 50 metres in the battle to get their hand on the wall first.
You're fighting each other, but you're also fighting fatigue. You have just given to 3 different strokes before the free all of your efforts, so it's coming down to who can outlast each other. Oh, and we've got cheers from the crowd. It is a crazy finish, very close between Wei Yi and William, but Wei Yi 2:46.48 with that time. William almost catching him in lane 2, 2:46.58, and then a great effort as well by Sean Gill with a time of 2:47.63 down in lane 8. It could have been anyone between those 3 boys, but yeah, Wei Yi has held on.
And big personal best there from the boys. So once again, it's great to see some of our younger athletes taking off huge chunks of time in this tournament at individual medley.
Here we go with Heat 6. I love how popular this event is. I know we said no bias, but yeah, this is one of my favorite events. It's really just the Jack or Jill of all trades, isn't it?
Yes, you do have to be a well-rounded athlete to succeed at a tournament at individual medley. And lacking the centre of the pool is off to a really strong start through this butterfly leg. He's got almost a body length lead over the rest of the field. I love to see when an athlete really attacks this opening 50. And he's done just that as he makes his way through the turn, with Alfie sitting in 2nd place and Zimmo in 3rd.
Yeah, Alfie doing a brilliant effort at that first 50-metre fly as well. Let's see how it all changes in our backstroke, but yeah, fantastic lead by Lack. Zimmo in 4, pushing up. Alfie not giving up whatsoever. As we said, look at that sun, look at that glisten. Hopefully it's not too blinding for our athletes, but we love an outdoor pool. On the other side, below Lack as well, Louis in 7 from Oasis Otters, and Lucas is in there as well at the heels of it was Bruce who was in 3.
So as we make our way through into the breaststroke, Zlak, who's re-established his dominance and starting to pull away from the rest of the field in this opening 25 of breaststroke. So the margin reduced in backstroke, and now he's pulling away again in the breaststroke leg.
Definitely is pulling away. And you know what? If that's the secret weapon in your game/swim plan, it's so much fun to be able to pull that trigger and be like, yep, I've got this leg. This is my strength. Look at him go. He's 2 body lengths out in front now. Just got to make sure that he's got enough energy to bring it home. In lane 7, doing a great job as well. Louis, who has transcended to the front of the pack as well in this breaststroke leg. Let's take it home.
So we saw that get out nice and strongly in that butterfly leg. The field caught him a little bit in backstroke, accelerated away again in the breaststroke, and his freestyle, he's doing enough to keep that lead out 5 metres in front of the rest of the field as he's got 15 metres left to swim. He's working those legs, and he's going to take out our 6th heat for our boys 13 under 200 metre individual medley. And a nice personal best time there, taking 8 seconds off his entry time. Louis in 2nd, with Zimmo in 3rd.
That time of 2:53.39. And yeah, any personal best just makes me smile. It's so good to see. And you know what? I mean, we're in the middle of the long course season, but calendar year-wise, at the beginning of the year, it's nice to get a big, like, yes, did it. We're on our way. Progress is what we are after. And progress can come in time. Progress can come in attitude. Progress can come in like how an athlete feels post-race. As we head into our final heat for our boys 13 and under, 200 metre IM, 3 swimmers in the water. This is heat 7.
Yes, nice tight battle through the opening 25 of butterfly, with Jake Wong being the early leader from Nunna Cheltenham, swimming in lane 3. He's been able to keep that pressure on in this second 25 of butterfly to extend out to over a body of the lead over Yo Chen and Christian, sitting in 2nd and 3rd place. So really strong second 25 of butterfly from Jake.
Yeah, he had a really beautiful timed rhythm that just all connected to be able to propel him forward into that lead. Now it's to the backstroke. And then below him, Christian and Yao Chen. It is Yao Chen that was chasing him, though Christian picking up that pace a bit here. For you, Nick, what was your favourite leg of an IM?
I think your favourite leg often change with how you put together your race. When you looked at it afterwards, you're like, no, I got that stroke right. Because it's a very rare day when you could say, I got all 4 strokes correct in an IM. When that day happens, you have to be very proud of yourself. It's a win when you probably get 3 out of the 4 correct. And it's not a bad day when 2 were good and 2 were okay.
Well, doing really good in the pool at the moment. Across all the 3 that we've seen so far, Jake Wong, all of our swimmers here are 11 years of age, and it's a little bit of a battle between Christian and Yao Chen. Yao Chen extending a body length out in front into that 2nd position in this breaststroke leg. But again, 11 years of age, I want to highlight even just our swimmers from this morning. Fantastic experience. I know for many it will be their first time swimming in this 50-metre pool outside at MSAC in a competition. I think that's what's fantastic about the metros is the exposure.
And Jake flying off that last wall, those legs going super strong, a 6-beat, sometimes even an 8-beat kick. He's got 25 metres left to swim. Once again, we're on for a huge personal best time here in this final heat. We saw him attack the butterfly. He did a good job maintaining it in backstroke. Kept that length of his stroke in breaststroke. In this final 10 metres, he's still fighting all the way into the wall. Those legs are still going nice and strong. He's getting his head down under the flags. 2:58.19, taking off 9 seconds from his personal best, nearly 10 seconds. So great swim there to round out our 200-metre individual medleys for our 13-year-olds.
Huge efforts. Awesome to see. Yeah, that was a big event that we had. Love all the participation and the encouragement as well that we're getting from the side of the pool deck. And a lot of people are tuning in too, family and friends. You might be watching from work. Isn't that ideal that you can live stream and just even see the race of the athlete you want to see as well?
Or you could be working from home and not working and just watching the swimming. I think that sounds even better.
I'm sure there would not be people out there doing that, right, everyone? So now we move on to event 6 underway. This is the first heat of 2. Our girls 16 to 17-year-old 100-metre butterfly. So all about the fly now. And so in front, we've got Chloe Burke and Caitlin Ord in 4 and 5. Chloe really showing us how it's done in that first 25 and has extended her lead. This is going to be really important. Then there is only one turn in this 100. Has executed well. Look at the power that she's bringing and the flow from her stroke. She's really pulling that water past her.
And what she's doing a really good job of is keeping her body up really high in the water, so that back is staying dry, those hips are staying out of the water most of the time, even with the undulation of the kick. She's almost sitting on top of the surface of the water, and she's coming underneath the flag. So post a strong opening heat time of 1:04.34. Victoria touching in second and Caitlin Ord in third.
And wow, it happens really quickly, doesn't it? We've just moved from the 200 IMs with our younger age group to then our girls 16 to 7-year-old 100 fly, and they've just smashed that.
Really strong swim there from Chloe, setting the standard in that opening heat. Both in terms of speed, but also technical skill, as we make our way now to heat 2.
Heat 2, they will still be fighting for that time for that final tonight. But I do want to give a shout out to Julia Wozniak in lane 6. It is her birthday today, so happy birthday, Julia. Thanks for swimming with us this morning. It's quite tight across the pool, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, Jiu-Jitsu did a very strong underwater leg there, popping up right at the 15-metre mark. I'm sure our fabulous Hawkeye technology might be reviewing that one because it was very close, but it will be Grace Cox who leads through this opening 50, with Gemma sitting in second place and GU now in third.
GU really not wanting to let her go from this lead. And in 7 as well, Alicia overall is showing a little bit of speed, but it says 3 in the middle. GU in 3, Grace in 4, and Jemima in 5. Grace and Jemima neck and neck. Might come down to the touch. Who do you think it's going to be?
It's been a really strong last 25 from Jemima, and she does manage to time it on the wall. Wasn't the best finish, but did enough to get those hands on the wall just ahead of Grace, with Giu touching the wall in third and Julia in fourth. So that's probably showed the importance of really making sure you get the timing of your finish correct, because Jemima had definitely taken over the lead with about 7 or 8 metres to go and was pulling clear, but didn't quite have the best finish, and Grace managed to reduce that margin on the wall. So that concludes the action for the girls 16-17 100-metre butterfly. As we're now going to move along to the boys' version of this event. In the boys, we have 3 heats.
first heat of 3 for the boys. We saw the girls bring some power to the pool. Now here we go for the guys. That was a good start from William Goldstraw in lane 0, but overtaking already Luca Brown in 4, really showing us his stuff. Flanked either side, Keenan Power and Riley Hodgins in lanes 3 and 5.
Yeah, Luca Brown is the class of the field, so it's no surprise to see him lead through this opening 50. Keenan Power going with him, and Riley's going to try and hold on to their hips in this third 25. A really strong turn then from Keenan to move up and pass Luca at that 75-metre mark. So strong swim here and giving himself a chance to post a really, really strong time as we head underneath the 15-metre mark.
Yeah, Kynan, Luca, Riley, and it is going to be Kynan, and he posts a time of 59.88 as he secures the fastest in the first heat, followed then by Riley it was with a time of 1 minute 00.91, and then Luca 1:01.26. So some great efforts. And then William Goldstraw was in the mix as well at the top in lane 0. What do you think is harder, Nick, a 50 fly or a 100 fly?
Every race has its unique challenge, but definitely the 50 is probably the challenge is to can you apply enough power and force, whereas the 100, it's about getting that technique right and maintaining your speed through that opening 50, but then your good body position to hold that speed in this second 50. So it's out nice and fast with Harry Humbert leading ahead of George Huang. And those two are working their way through into this final 25 together. So who will have that better ability to maintain their technique in this final 25 to get their hands on the wall first?
And they're not in sync either. Look, it's 1-1-1-1. But it looks like George Hung is out in front by an arm's length, and he has done that with the power in the final 25 metres. He secured the time of 58.77, followed by Harry 59.44. So both posted under a minute times as their entry times, followed in by Sam Hartley 1:01.11. So one's there, and then fourth Liam Walker 1:02.99.
So strong swims from both George and Harry there. Currently sitting in first and second place after the opening 2 heats, as we're moving on to our third and final heat. Once again, strong underwaters in the centre of the pool from Bart, but also going with him is Will Pizarro, and Will and Bart through that opening 25, going stroke for stroke. Also swimming really strongly out in lane 0 is Blake Hughes.
I've been impressed with the past number of races that lane 0 has been having a really good start. They haven't necessarily been winning, but they've been up in that 3rd and 4th position in the heats. But it is in lane 3, Will dominating that turn. Bart in 4, and in 5 we've got Peter and Will. It's coming down to a battle, but yeah, don't be looking away from Blake in 0-2. He's hot on the heels.
Yeah, Blake's giving himself a chance to qualify for the final tonight, but coming underneath the flags, it will be Peter Behrens who's going to take out this 3rd heat ahead of Will Pizarro, with Blake actually just touching out Will. So that's going to give a strong competition for tonight. Those boys in the centre of the pool, and a lot of them are going to be challenging that 1 minute mark in the final tonight. So expect a tight race at 4:17.18 boys in the final tonight.
What is the sweeter win? Is it winning a really close race, or is it dominating the race and winning by a number of seconds or body lengths.
I think it's always nice to get your hand on the wall just ahead of someone else, because who doesn't like a close race? Makes it exciting, makes it fun, makes it interesting. But it also shows that you're able to stay inside your lane and focus on yourself even when others around you were right up alongside you.
I love the layers you peel back on all of these races and the approach our athletes take. We are now moving to event 8, so down the other side of our pool we begin the 50s, the women's 18 and over 50-meter butterfly. As we're just standing down. We will reset and go again. Underway, here we go, heat 1 of 3. They've completed their underwaters. Coming up, we've got Nazia in 4, Manar in 5. Looking on the other side, Jessica Wilson in 3 as well. But Nazia dominating and leading here at the first 25 meters, and she's going to want to close it out quickly. Nazia and Holly as well in the mix. But it is Nazia with a time of 28.46, followed in by Manar 28.92, and Jess Wilson 29.48. Indy in 4th, Holly in 5th. And that is how quick it is, under 30 seconds, and we're done. Heat 2, we're going to be aiming for a couple of our athletes. That under 30-second mark is what is going to get you into that final tonight.
The second heat is underway and making their way through the first 15 metres. Mia Yo doing a really strong start in the centre of the pool, and she led through that first 15 and has extended her lead by the 25-metre mark. She's continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. Anna O'Reilly sitting in second place alongside her Surrey Park teammate Jesselyn. So those two are going to be second and third, but it is Mia out in front, 28.57, to take out our second heat of the girls 18 and over 50-metre butterfly. So behind the blocks we have the first of 4 heats of our men's 18 and over 50-metre butterfly. So our 18 and older athletes are the ones that are getting the chance to race in the 50s here at the Metros. Some of them using this as a good practice, as in a couple of weeks' time they'll be back in this pool competing at our Victorian Open Championships. And is James Ward in the centre of the pool. He's popping up with good speed and pulling away from the rest of the field. Tyler Theodore's currently sitting in second place. So we know that James Ward is a really strong butterfly swimmer, and he's doing a really good job in the heats this morning, keeping that tempo up nice and high as he comes in to take out our opening heat. And 25.11, ahead of Tyler in second place and Ahmed in third. So strong swim there from James. He has gone a 24.4 before, so that 25 low is a positive swim in this morning's heat session to give himself one of those centre lanes for the final tonight.
Heat 2 now underway. And from the center of the pool, it is Riley Mitchell, 22 from Metalwatting, who's taken that strong lead out in front. Adam Elfany, 18 from Surrey Park, keeping him at bay. He is wanting this, you can tell from the pool. But Riley really dominating here as he comes into the wall confidently with a 25.84 time. And just 0.6 of a second behind. We said that he wanted it. It was Adam in 3, 25.90. Third position, we had Louis. Anthony was not in the race in lane 26.74. The 50s are fast and furious, as this is our third heat of the men 18 and over 50-meter fly. Some great experience. Behind the block and in the pool, and there was a bit of confusion from one of our lanes. But we continue on in lane 4. We had James Luina Caulfield leading the way, Tian Berger in 5, Mayan Buxar in 6, really giving a battle for that second and third position for this heat time. And it is James with a time of 25.44, a nice time as well, 0.01 ahead of his entry time, so nice work. And then we had, I have a note that it is Joshua Bukowski, 27.04, followed then by Owen Wahlberger, 27.13.
So it's been action aplenty so far across these 3 heats, as we're going to look towards our final heat of our men's 18 and over 50-meter butterfly. We have just the 3 athletes behind the blocks. Nathan Pride from Southeast swimming in lane 3. Matthew Brophy from DVE in lane 4. And Ellis from Northcote in lane 5. All 3 are 18 years of age. And Ellis was the fastest on the reaction time. And hit the water first, but coming up in the lead was Nathan. Ellis has now retaken that lead and is powering away from his other 2 competitors in the middle 25 here of our 4th heat of 50-meter butterfly for our 18 and over athletes. So it will be our athlete from Northcote who's going to take the heat win out and smash that 30-second barrier for the first time. Matthew in 2nd and Nathan in 3rd. So that concludes the action for our men's 18 and over 50 butterfly. It was sharp, it was quick, it was powerful.
It was ninja-like. As we now move into event 10, our women's 100-meter freestyle. It's our multi-class athletes. We look down to the other end of the pool now, and it is time to finals these races.
So for our multi-class events, which we have behind the blocks, the focus here is not the first person to the wall, because in our multi-class events, all these athletes are competing in different classifications, and those swimmers are competing against their own classifications world records. Those times are then converted into a point score based on that world record. And some nice help there from our athletes after we had a little bit of a overbalance, and it was very nice to see Abigail helping Scarlett back out as we're getting set behind the block once again. So Abigail and Scarlett both in our S19 category. And we do have a number of athletes in this heat in the S19 category. It's through the first 25 metres. It's Grace Ryder from Ivanhoe Swim, who leads by a body length over Jessica.
Yeah, both S19s classifications, as you've said, directly competing against each other, but a great mix of ages as well, from Hannah Mearns and Jessica McDermott, 13 years of age, to then Laura Stobie, 27 years of age, as they've come at the halfway mark, doing a brilliant job. So we have Grace in 3, Jessica in 4, 5 we have Al Freely, and Abigail Gabalini in 6 is sort of that nice, beautiful flow down the pool of the lead at the moment. And all those 4 girls leading are all that S19 classification.
And it's going to be a very tight last 15 metres between Grace and Jessica. Jessica has been flying home in this second 50. She's come right up alongside Grace, and underneath the flags has managed to get ahead to touch the wall a 1/10 of a second ahead of Grace, with Al in 3rd, Abigail in 4th.
Awesome to see as our athletes coming into the wall. We have Ruby S8 hitting the time, and then Hannah Mearns as well, also S8 in lane 0. We had Abby Glaron as well in lane 8 coming on in, and then lane 9 Laura Stobie S7 as she completes her race here. An amazing effort. Her time 1:49.82. And we mean business in our timed finals, as we have another one up next as the girls exit the pool. It's event 11. It's the men's turn now. Our 100-meter freestyle multi-class. You can see there, those are our times up on the board. As we have 5 athletes for this next time final.
So we have Jaden from Essendon District Aquatic swimming out of lane 2, Joshua from Western Aquatic Academy out of lane 3, Lindsay from Canberra Grammar out of 4, Cooper from Yarra Plenty Waves out in lane 5, and William from Westbourne Swim Club in lane 6. So across the 5 athletes here, we have 3 different classifications, with Jaden and Joshua swimming in our S19 category, Lindsay and Cooper in our S14, and William in an S10. So we're going to have some nice head-to-head races because they're sitting right beside their fellow athlete in their own classification, so they'll know where their direct competitor is.
Yeah, which is nice. We enjoy a friendly rivalry, don't we?
Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facilities maintenance partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This leadership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the state. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victorian swimming infrastructure.
I've met the team at Mattioli, and they're genuinely nice people. And I think that if you're going to be doing any work with anyone, you want some good people.
And we had them down in the commentary team during the Age Championships, and so I'll definitely back you up on that. Very nice people, and they care for every person they deal with, and it will be Mingji who leads through our opening 50 here.
Yeah, 15 years of age from Camberwell, Rama Aquatic, as we said, competing directly against Cooper Harrington next to him in 5. But he's got the lead at the moment, Mizing. And then between Joshua and Jaden, we have Joshua taking the lead in that S19 classification, and William Fort swimming his own race in the S10 category, but Mizing looking nice and strong. Gotten his time 103.02, followed by Cooper Harrington 104.80, and then the other swimmers coming in with Joshua and Jaden. William Fort also completing his race. Well done, team. Timed finals. We do have one later on in this heat session towards the end, another one of our multi-class races. And next up, we will be heading to event 12. We're into the 400s now, Nick. It's the women's, it's the freestyle. We have 4 heats, which is great to see the participation.
Yeah, so and these are all timed finals. So our 4th heat will be swum during the final session tonight, with our opening 3 heats being conducted this morning. So, at our Metro Championships, just the one chance to race the 400, which I'm sure for some of the athletes they'll be relieved about. And other athletes may have wanted to swim it multiple times, but 400 is a good chance now to post a time, see where they're at, and give themselves the chance to swim a personal best.
Well, it's absolutely working on fitness, I can tell you that much. As we've got 3 of our girls in the water. In 3, we've got Amelia Grover, 14 from Surrey Park. In 4, Yamalan Wang, 15 years of age from Ivanhoe. And in lane 5, we've got Eve Waddell, 14 years old of Western Melbourne Propulsion. Yamalan has had a good start to the first 50.
Yeah, so these athletes have got a personal best just under that 5-minute mark. So that means 1:15 per 100, 5 minutes is. So we want to see them get out nice and strongly, which they've done there in 32 and 33 seconds. That first 100 is always going to be your fastest 100. So we want to see them hopefully somewhere around at 1:09, 1:10, and they'll give them a few extra seconds to play with, and then if they can see if they can maintain and hold that 1:14, 1:15 for the remaining 3 100s.
Yeah, share with us at home watching who aren't necessarily swimmers of, why is that first 100 the fastest? Is in terms of the plan, is, as you said, is it to be able to hold that time? Is it harder to swim faster later on in a longer race?
So obviously we're fresh when we dive in, so we've got a bit of extra energy, and we can use that energy without taxing ourselves at the start of the race. If we don't use it at the start of the race, it's a lot harder to try and find it again later. So use that free speed through that opening 100, feeling relaxed, keeping that tempo down. And Yolan's done a really good job of that. She was out in a 108. She's settling down now in that 37-second 50 there. So we'll see if she can hold them at 37. See if you can hold them under 38 seconds. She's on for a really good swim.
And also when you're swimming in the 400s, do you know, as the swimmer, your body what pace you're going at to know, oh, that was a bit of a slower one by just only a couple of seconds. Can you feel that?
And that's what your training has developed. You should be able to have that sort of internal clock. I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a secret. That scoreboard is perfectly positioned so that if you take a breath, you might be able to have a little bit of a glance and see your time as you make your way through and go, okay, yes, it was what I thought it was, or it wasn't. Not that I would ever encourage anyone to ever look at the board.
Is that because it's going to ruin your form to look up at the board?
Yes. You have to be very talented to be able to make sure you do it without ruining that body line.
You need to deceive your coach so that it never happened. But yeah, doing a fantastic job. We have, Yara Lung in lane 4. She's only a few seconds behind Amelia Grover, and then again, a few seconds behind Amelia is Eve.
Amelia put together a strong 50 then to make some ground on Yarra Land, so it'll be interesting to see if she can continue to start to reduce that margin in this third 100.
Which do you think also is the hardest 100?
The hardest one to get right is definitely the third 100, because at first 100 you've got that easy speed, relaxed. Second 100 you're sort of holding that tempo. The third 100 you're starting to fatigue, and the challenge is to keep that speed up from that second 100. And then the last 100 you can see the finish line, so you get that little bit of internal boost of energy, and it has reduced margin out in front. Amelia's continued to make some ground on Yaru Land, and those two might be heading towards this last 50 altogether.
Yeah, look at that push-up that she is doing, Amelia from Surrey Park. Making her move well. Again, tactics, that third 100 really made a difference there as we now come into the final 50 of this 400, and this is neck and neck. This is not necessarily what we see in 400s.
No, it is going to be a race down this last 25, but Amelia does have a bit of the momentum. Yarra Land was out nice and strong, but Amelia's done a really good job of just maintaining that same tempo, 50 after 50 after 50, and she has pulled out to a body length lead and is going to take out our opening time final of the women's 400 freestyle. Under the 5-minute barrier at 4:57.01, followed by Yarra Land with Eve Waddell in third place.
Yeah, nicely done there, 3 girls. That is our heat 1. Just a nice relaxed atmosphere here at MSAC on this Friday morning. Beautiful conditions. Top of 24, it's going to be a little bit later on. It's nice and sunny, but not overbearing.
So now time final number 2 is in the water, and Elsa Wang pops up in the lead through that opening 15 metres, and she's settling down into her rhythm now. Also swimming nice and strongly is Sorella down in lane 8.
Yeah, tell me, Nick, what does it mean to settle into a race? What's the feeling that an athlete is searching for, or the direction that a coach gives to just settle into the race?
So you want to be trying to find that tempo that you want to be able to maintain as quickly as possible. So yes, we could all dive in and just go hell for leather and see what happens, but that's probably not going to end up with the best result in a 400. So it's important to use that start to your advantage, really work those underwater works, then pop up and trying to hit that rhythm and tempo, stroke rate, stroke length that you want to then maintain.
And doing a great job, Elsa Wang in lane 3, leading the way, but not by far. We have Sorella down the bottom of our pool in lane 8, and then in the middle as well in lane 5. We want to be looking at Bethan. So it is quite close. We only in that first half of the race, but keeping a very similar pace.
Yeah, it is very competitively bunched here through the 150-metre turn, with our 5 athletes in the lead, all within 0.8 of a second of each other.
Wow.
So this is where we can see the importance of this third 100, because as we head towards this 200-metre turn, there's 5 pretty much straight across the pool. So we see who can put the pressure on even coming into this third 100, and it is Sorella who has the slight lead, but the rest of them are not letting her get that much of an advantage.
Yeah, I'm keen to see her push into that next 50, and yeah, she's capitalized on that turn. Not letting her go. Bethan, though, she is then up with her. Yeah, swimming in their own lanes. I'm also really curious. I'm now wanting to look up the history of your comment of hell for leather. Man, I know that. I know the, yeah, the description, but I wonder what the history is of that.
I cannot tell you where that expression has come from. And I would hate to think that some of the young ones today probably haven't heard of it. So we're probably dating ourselves, as it's now 3 out in front. So in this third 100, we have started to see the separation.
Yeah, we have in lane 1, we've got in lane 1, yes, we've got Madison. Allegra is just on the edge of her heels, but in lane 1, Allegra. At lane 5, Bethan, and in lane 8, Sorella. Very close. Bethan is taken over that lead. Sorella has foregone it. Do you think, though, Nick, that they've sped up or that she's slowed down?
Probably Bethan did the best job at maintaining her speed through that third 100. The others dropped a little bit of speed on that 50 compared to the previous one. As we make our way into this last 100, all 3 of them are just going stroke for stroke, though. So the challenge is who can keep those legs going nice and strong, who can keep their stroke length going very efficiently. So keeping the length in their stroke, but keeping that rate up and really attack this final 50. So those 3 are going to turn almost together, and we're going to have a great race down this last lap.
Oh, look at this battle. Yes, Allegra, Bethan, Sorella. I feel that Bethan has been, really consistent and therefore maintaining and managing her energy. You can see, though, the pickup slightly from Allegra, just with the wash around her. And Sorella trying her best as well to put on those afterburners. But Bethan confidently and looking very consistently coming in under the flags now.
Yeah, it was a strong second 200 from Bethan to take it out. She just kept getting faster and faster over that last 200 metres. 4:49.03. Madison in second and Sorella in third.
Our third heat, that will be our final heat, as the next one will be tonight along with the finals, as these are all-time finals. A great start by, it was Sarah Cooper. It is in 3 that is having a brilliant start, leading the way here in this first 50. Is it scary to lead the way in the first 50? Because as we said, it's about maintaining and sustainability of that energy output.
I would like to think that Sarah Cooper, our most experienced athlete in the field, at 23, that's happened quickly, Sarah, knows what she's doing. It's good to see her tackling a 400 freestyle. It's probably not her main event, but she's using her experience here nicely, and while she's getting out fast, she's looking relaxed. That stroke rate isn't that high. She's keeping good stroke length. She makes her way through this 100-metre turn with a body length and a half advantage over the rest of the field. So 105.6 is a strong first 100, but not a overly done first 100.
Yeah, she is looking good, and I do like the bright caps that Fairbank has. They look good. Down the bottom of the pool, we have Madison Brown, Ava Thickens, Peyton Wiley. Also, Peyton and Ava giving it a go up against Sarah Z. Han, also in 2, just to make a note of just where we are at in this first 150 metres of our race.
So far through this opening 200, Sarah's tempo hasn't changed. She's maintained that stroke length. That stroke rate has stayed consistent. Those legs are working, but not overly hard. She's going to turn through the 200 under that 220 mark. So she had an entry time of 4:42.94. She's turned through under 220. She's given herself a chance to post a strong time here in our time finals at our 2026 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. But Zian is starting to make some inroads in this third 100. It was out to almost a 2 body length lead. It's down to a body length and a half as we make our way towards our next turn.
Yeah, it's funny how you said with Sarah how time flies now, being the most experienced swimmer in the pool at 23 years of age, just in this heat itself. Because time has flown. We've had Swimming Victoria having the partnership with Funky Trunks and Funkita. Guess how many years it's been now?
It's been a while. I'm going to say 9.
How dare you get that right? Well done. 9 years. I've been seeing all the little signs around the pool here today, Funkita, Funky Trunks, so yeah, get on them. They're so much fun. There's so many good pieces of swimwear out there. You know, pop up to the shop upstairs if you're here at MSAC or just online. So yeah, time flies.
And the quality of the swimwear that Funkita and Funky Trunks provide, that's what, as a parent or a athlete who's doing the purchasing of them, you know they're going to last. Not only are they really comfortable to wear, but they last a long time, which is great.
Oh, that's what you want. And as balance that with, yeah, pops of colour. The kids love it. We love it. So yeah, thanks to Funky Trunks for the support and being a major sponsor for Swimming Victoria. And yeah, Sarah still leading the way at this stage. Hot on her heels though, yeah, is Zihan.
Zihan has slowly been gaining ground, but the margin isn't reducing fast enough. Sarah Cooper was in the lead from the start of this race. She's continuing to hold that lead. She's trying to bring in those legs just a little bit more as she works her way underneath the flags and down to touch to take out time final number 3 in a 4:41.48. Zihan in second and Mare Mithson in third.
Yeah, a great effort. It's a big race. 400 metres is a big distance. So that finishes our timed finals for the 400 metres for this morning. As we said, one more to go tonight for the women. And then now we move to the men's 400 metre freestyle. It's their turn now, and there is 2 heats or time finals, I should say, this morning.
So not as tough as the girls. And so we've got 1 this morning, and then 1 will be swimming tonight. So it is the first of our time finals underway, with Louis leading through that first 15 metres down in lane 8. But now in the centre of the pool, Keegan has started to establish his dominance with that long, smooth strokes. And he will lead through this opening 50. But Thomas Poppins also swimming strongly. And Hamish Davin going out with our leaders.
Yeah, both the guys you mentioned first, both from Bayside, having that really good start. But yeah, it's evened out from the pack at the moment. Yeah, got Hamish from St. Kevin's. Leon is in the mix there in that third lane. Thomas Poppins, Keegan Bilsma. It's going to be a tough heat. We know that they've got some good times, the fastest being around that 4:22 mark. So interesting to see what times they post, because what do you think you should be doing for the balance between your heats and your finals? But this is actually the time final, so you need to be giving all you've got.
Yeah, you get one chance to have a crack today at this 400, and they've got out strongly with those 102s for that first 100. That's giving themselves a chance to post a strong time. The challenge is now to maintain that speed, and it is Keegan who leads through. He's drifted out to a 33, and the other boy's drifting out to a 34, so not quite as fast as that second 50. Now they have to really start to dig in and hold their speed.
And holding speed sounds easy, or it's easy to say, right? Harder to execute.
So now they're going to have to feel as though they're starting to swim faster than they were before to do that. Especially as they're going to make their way through this 200 turn into that third 100. You almost need to feel like it's a new race, and you re-accelerate and you go for it as fast as you can. So once again, most of our athletes a little bit slower on that 50 than they were on the previous one. So the challenge here is who can maintain that speed through this third 100.
Yeah, Keegan doing a fantastic job. Share a little bit about actually Nick. I'm looking at his kick, and I'm looking at the kick of the others.
So what Keegan's doing is his kick is very consistent. Like, it doesn't stop. It's a slight pause on his breath, but he's making sure his legs are going nice and strong the whole time. Those legs are sitting quite high in the water, and that's why we can see the white water as those feet are breaking the surface of the water. Some of the other athletes kicking just as hard, but are kicking sort of in a narrower little barrel, so that's why we're not seeing as much white water behind them.
Yeah, well, it definitely all counts. I just want to make a note for everyone at home that Nick was making little finger kick motions as well, which was...
it's the only way, when you're talking about kick, you have to make the finger kick motions. It's a rule.
It's a rule? All right, yeah. No. I was just like, oh, that's cute. And then, yeah, so balancing as well at a 400-meter race between the arms and the legs. Is there a most important focus?
So 400 over the last 15 to 20 years has become a long sprint. So you have to be good at both ends of your body. Obviously, swimming is a upper body driven stroke. If you just kick versus just pull, your pull's going to be faster. But your legs are super important. And so Keegan has been doing a really good job of maintaining that kick throughout the whole race. But it is starting to tighten up in this last, as Leon is flying home and Will is joining in as well. So that with 25 metres left to swim, those three are side by side. And it is William who's taken over the lead with 15 metres left to swim. Leon's moved into second place, but William has flown home in this last 100 and a really strong finish to touch the wall on a 4:24.86.
And that is a PB for Will. Knocked off 4 seconds on that time, and he's happy about that, which is good to see.
Yeah, really strong last 100. Just was making ground on Keegan through the second part of that race and flew home in that last 50.
swim back to the other side of the pool to begin. It is our girls 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. We've got 4 heats as our young'uns are up onto the block. And you know what? It's a fantastic experience. I really admire all of our young athletes here. 10, 11 years of age that are in these races. What a fantastic experience, and welcome to MSAC, welcome to Swimming Victoria events. If it is your first time in the pool, there will be many more times that you will be here. It's an event we really look forward to our Metro Champs. A chance to have that format of the heats in the morning, finals at night experience from such a young age as well. So awesome to see as our technical officials, who we thank, all of our technical officials. We couldn't be doing swimming without them. Get everything in order and organised. And it's great to see up on the block. Look at all the arms swinging, preparing for their 50-metre backstroke. Some good visualisation as well. As we'll just let everyone get organised. We'll thank our merchandise partner, Swim Merch, is Swimming Victoria's official event merchandise partner, which is really cool. They've got a really good high range quality of merchandise, accessories, online, in store. We've got a pop-up shop here. It's great to have some really good and trusted service providers for, you know, us at Swimming Victoria and for all of our clubs to be able to share that with everyone. So yeah, go and check out Swim Merch and what they can do for your club. And it's good to see the vibe here as well. MSAC, top of 25 degrees today. We've got a big, beautiful shade sail on the outdoor pool. That's what we love about long course season. It is outside. And also at Albert Park, they are already building the F1 track that will be happening on the long weekend here at March. So Melbourne, the tennis is on at the moment. Such an exciting sporting capital in Australia and of the world. So here we go, our girls' first heat, 11 and under 50-metre backstroke. And away they go. Underwater, we have in lane 4 and 5, Sadia Zhao and Catherine Yim, both from Nunawading, both 11 years of age. But it is Sadia who is leading the way at the moment. Really streaming away. We're really keen to see what her time is. We have Niat Zhao in lane 3. Then in 6 as well, we have Rosie McCann. And strongly finishing off, we have Sadia in lane 4 with a time of 33:09. Awesome to see, along with Chloe Lynn from the bottom of the pool in lane 8, 36:08 on her time. And in that third position, Miette, 36:34. So some nice times posted there by the girls. Some great experience in the pool, and that is heat 1 done and dusted. The 50 metres happened really quickly here. As we have our second heat now in the pool underway, a blanket across the middle. Lanes 4, we've got Elena, 5, Mia, 6, Catherine, and 7, we have Alicia, 2 in the water. At the top of the pool, we have Cynthia and Gia, who had a great swim earlier. Though it is in lane 7, we have Alicia, who is from Caulfield Aquatics, 11 years of age, who's really streaming on home. And she's come under the flags. The flags all important in our backstroke. Hits the wall, 35.41, followed in by Catherine. We have 36.19, and in third, 36.56 for Mia. Heat 3 now in the water, beautifully leading the way. Alyssa Costopoulos from Doncaster Templestowe, 11 years of age. Skylar next to her, her teammate, coming on up, as well as Kit Izzard in lane 6. On the other side, Sierra from Flyers, but it is Alyssa in lane 4, getting that time of 35.25. Followed in by Kit, 36.16, Skylar, 36.56. Some great experiences, some good PBs by a few of our girls as well, by Kit and by Sierra. So well done, awesome to see. As we then check out some results, and then we are going to be looking at our final heat, heat 4. Heat 4 in the water now, and our final heat for our 50-meter girls. Freestyle, and again, fantastic effort. We even have a 9-year-old Jaden, we even have the two 10-year-old girls, Lily and Gabriella, in lanes 1 and 2. Leading the way, though, we have Emily Schmidt from MLC, being nice and confident in the water. Susanna and Gabriella coming up against her, but it is Kaylin with a time of 36.13, and in second, 38.87, and in third position, 39.09. Well done to all of our girls. Fantastic efforts. We should be really, really proud. Our results will come up on the screen, and then it will be event 15. It's going to be the boys' turn, 11 year and under, 50-meter backstroke.
So the girls set the standard nice and strongly there. The boys have a chance to try and match it here, as they have heat 1 in the water. Strong underwater in the center of the pool from Nathan Zhang, and he pops up in the lead. Our athlete from Surrey Park used those dolphin kicks to his advantage, and is now extending away at the surface as well. Behind him, it's a really tight battle with 15 meters left to swim, with Zimo Wang sitting in second place just ahead of a tightly bunched field. But out in front, it is all Nathan, and Nathan comes in to take our opening heat out in a 35.98, so under that 36-second mark. Zemo in second place, and Callan Yee in third.
So even start across the field here in heat 2. Nice high tempo from Luck in lane 5. And also swimming well is Eli in 6. Mason Wiley sitting in 3rd place with 15 metres left to swim. He's coming up alongside him. Iran also coming through in the final 25 as they all go to the wall together. It will be a tight one, but Lark gets the touch ahead of Mason with Iran in 3rd place there in our second heat of boys 11 and under 50 metre backstroke. So nice strong swimming front our opening 2 heats of the boys. Is now behind the blocks is heat 3. So these 11 and under athletes didn't have the opportunity to race at our Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Some of them did compete at our Sprint Championships at the end of November, but here's a chance for them to compete in a heats and finals format from morning to night. And these athletes in this 3rd heat will be looking to try and finish in the top few to give themselves the best chance to qualify for that final tonight. And in the centre of the pool, off to a fantastic start, is Jacob Best on the underwaters, popping up in it with a body length lead, and is extending that through the first 25. So he's now out to a body length and a half, with Alexander David sitting in 2nd place, just ahead of Louis. So they're our top 3 with 15 metres left to swim here in heat 3. But it is all Jacob out in front, our athlete from Surrey Park, off to a fantastic start and has maintained his lead throughout this 50 metres backstroke to take it out ahead of Alexander and Louis in 3rd place. So those opening 3 heats of our 11 under boys in their 50 backstroke have been nice and strong. And it's going to be a very competitive final tonight. We still have our 4th and final heat behind the blocks still to swim, as our 3rd heat's now whistled out of the pool. That 4th heat, the challenge here for these athletes in this 4th heat will be to try and break the 40-second barrier for the first time. All of them have entry times 40 point something, so we'll see if we can see someone get a 3 in front of their time here in our 4th and final heat of 11 and under 50 metre backstroke. Jaden in the centre of the pool in lane 4 is our youngest athlete at just 9 years of age, with Evan Lee off to the best start through the first 15 metres. Pierce Snow has come right up alongside him, but it is our youngster Jaden Zeng who's now moved into the lead through that 25 metre mark. Also swimming nice and strongly in this second 25 is Roy Sun, and he's come alongside Jaden. So it's Roy and Jaden with 15 metres left to swim who are going stroke for stroke in this final heat. Roy has moved into a slight lead, and if he times his finish, will take the heat out, but Jaden got the better of the touches on the wall to get there 0.03 of a second ahead of Roy, with Pierce in 3rd place.
So yeah, that's awesome to see that, yeah, a few of those boys got under the 40-second mark. 3's out in front, which is great. So Jaden, Roy and Pierce and Evan.
Not only do they break 40 seconds, but they broke 39 seconds as well. So more than a second personal best in a 50. Our 11 under boys there flying in that 4th and final heat.
Yeah, there's got to be a way of celebrating as well. So we'll be keen to hear how you celebrate your wins. So event 16, here we go. The girls 14 and 15 are on 100 metre breaststroke. So we have 5 heats. This is our first.
So with our slightly different format then age championships with Metros, different age groups. Some events are open, some events are an age group. We saw some of these athletes, for the 14, 15-year-old girls, compete in the 200-metre breaststroke to kick off the program today. So they're backing up into their 100-metre event already. So they're getting both of their breaststroke events done on this opening day.
Is that favourable?
It's a different than a lot of championships meets normally are. Normally the breaststroke events would be spread across multiple days, but here they're getting a chance to get in, race there for most of them, their main stroke, a couple of times in one day, hopefully progress through the final, another couple of chances tonight. And there's Keela Enters, who's doing a fantastic job out in front, which is going to lead through this opening 50.
Yeah, she's been ferocious with her breaststroke. As halfway mark, that 35.17. She had that entry time of 1:14.61.
The battle behind her is nice and tight, though. Amelia and Charlotte going neck and neck, and also joining is Cassandra. So those three athletes challenging for that second and third place in this heat, which is going to be important for looking to progress back to the final tonight for our girls 14, 15-year-old age group.
Yeah, she's coming under the flags, looking fantastic. Looking at that time, 1:14.55, just under that entry time. And then we had following Amelia Grover, 1:17.77, and in third, Cassandra Isabel, 1:19.51. So heat 2 underway now. Quite close across the front of the pool. A brilliant start in lane 6 to Waylon Trom from Nunawading. See if she can hold that. On the other side, she's got a few teammates here. Lily Chan with a slower, more gliding stroke. And then we've got Leona in 4. And then on the bottom of the pool, we also have Mia Huang as well from Nunawading. So, popular club for breaststroke.
So it will be Leona who leads through that opening 50. She's built a half body length lead over Renee and Waylon, and has extended it down this third 25. So she's almost a body length clear with 25 metres left to swim. She's doing a good job of maintaining that distance in her stroke, finishing that kick off nicely before she starts that next pull.
Yeah, she's making it look quite easy. We'll be checking out her time as she's coming underneath the flag. It's going to be that battle for that second position between Renee and Waylon. But Waylon looking very strong there. So Leona 1:16.15. Waylon 1:18.29. And then in third in this heat, Renee 1:18.81. So some good times. There'll be a mix already between these first two heats for the final as we look to see what the next one will bring, where we have Eve Lawrence entered with a 1:16 and Tess Izzard with a 1:15.
So we've had 7 athletes under 120 so far. So under 120, you'll be relatively confident so as we head into this third heat. If you're sitting in that 120, 121 range, you'll be a little bit nervous. And it was Zara Olawani who led through the first 15 metres, but now it is Eve Lawrence and Tess Izzard who've come up alongside her. So it is the 3 in the middle of the pool who are making their way towards that 50-metre turn in the lead.
Yeah, they're amazingly in sync at the moment, aren't they? Looking very strong. Zara in 5, just out in front, maybe by fingertips. Was looking back at Eve Lawrence. She's going to be the one that Izzard Test that is not far behind.
So coming out of the turn, it was Zara Oliwanu who got the best of the turn, is now holding on to a slight lead over Eves Lawrence. Eve turned first, but Zara had more momentum in and out of that wall. But coming through in the centre of the pool over this second 50 is Tess Izzard. She's gone past Eve Lawrence. She's coming up alongside Zara Oliwanu, and those two are going to go underneath the flags together. But it will be Tess Izzard who comes through and takes this heat out in a 1:17.70, just ahead of Zara, and Eve in third place. So 3 more swimmers under that 120 mark. So sub 120 looks like a required time to make the final tonight for our girls 14-15 100-metre breaststroke.
Definitely does. As we head into heat 4, all the girls vying for a spot in the final still. It will definitely need to be under that 1:20 mark. Looking around that 1:17 mark would be the goal, as we said. All these entry times, we're probably looking more at the focus on PBs as we were around that 1:26 onwards mark for this particular heat. And in lane 2, we've got Isabella Sutcliffe from Flyers having a fantastic swim, leading the way at the 50-metre mark, followed in by Ruby Moore and Madison Brown, centre of the pool. They're coming up quite neatly against each other with 25 minutes to go. Doing a great job as well, Adelaide Ripper in 6 and Maggie Zhang in lane 7, but it is the 3 in the middle, Isabel, Madison and Ruby. So Isabel holding on, half a body length out in front. It is going to be looking at 1, 2, 3 at this stage, looking at the times. And Isabella hitting with a 1:24.80, knocking off 4 seconds off her time, which is awesome to see. Ruby 1:26.05, and she's knocked off a second. And then we have in third position Madison Brown 1:26.94, and hitting a nice time for herself as well. So that is our heat 4 with 1 more to go. Final heat is for the girls 14 to 15-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Harper Scott is in lane 3, 14 years of age from Flyers. All our girls are 14 years of age. Evelyn Gillen, I should say, in 4 from PLC. And Jolene Chu from Maccabi Ajax in lane 5, who is leading the way here at the moment. Had a great start, has led from the start. Is almost a body length out in front against Evelyn, who is neck and neck with Harper, slightly behind her. Let's see how she capitalizes on this turn. Beautiful kick underneath. And here she goes, stroke by stroke. She's not going to be letting that lead go at any chance and stage of this race. It is all going to be about the times. These girls have all entered with a 1:30. So it really is about them chasing some improvements of a PB. And she does not want to get rid of that lead, Jolene, but Evelyn is trying to overtake it from her. She's looking beautifully smooth and keeping that stroke rate up nice and low and flowy and long, whereas Evelyn a little bit higher on the stroke rate, chasing up behind, but it won't be enough, is Harper. Looking at the touch on the wall and who's going to be. It is going to be Evelyn with the arms right at the end. 131.40. Jolene 131.58. And Harper 1 has been disqualified according to the board, but it was a 132. As we now move into event 17, the boys 14 to 15-year-old 100-meter breaststroke. There is 5 heats, so we will begin with our first and fastest heat very shortly. And it's great to have you all connecting in for this live stream. We're across Fox Sports Australia, YouTube and KO Freebies. Wherever you're watching us from, welcome. As our first heat is underway, vying for that time, that spot in the final. A very competitive event, this one. And a fantastic start by Xavier Eagle, 15 years of age, from Caulfield Aquatics. Just next to him, we have Andrew Spencer, but Kaylin Theodore, from Western Melbourne Proportion, is out in front. Neck with him is from Surrey Park is Aston Wilson, but in lane 4, settling into his pace and his tempo, Xavier Eagle on the one and only turn here. So let's look at the glide that comes out of it. Fantastically done by his competitor, Andrew Spencer from Ivanhoe on the glide. He's trying to keep his rate up as well. Will it be enough to catch him? That is Xavier Eagle. I don't know if it will, as he's extended out in front. He's doing it beautifully. There's going to be a challenge for that 3rd position in this heat by Aidan Tang in lane 3. And we've got Kaylin Theodore in lane 6. Finishing it off nice and strong with a time of 1:09.56 is Xavier Eagle. So a mix of times across the board, starting from that 1:09, we've got a 1:11, 1:12, 1:13, a couple of 1:14s in there as well. So you definitely need to be hitting that 1:15 and below in that time to be getting into this race for the final tonight. Our second heat, they would have been watching the board for those times. We do have a couple of fast swimmers in the middle. In lane 5, we have Hang Tang Wang from Nuttawading, 14 years of age. We are missing Harold Zhu. He's not here in lane 4. But Leo Nolan in lane 3, off to a very good start as well. Looking down the bottom of the pool, lane 8, Yifeng Zhu from Brighton Grammar. They're wanting to hit under that time, as we said, of 1:15, as Hang Tang Wang leads the way halfway. 33.89 is his halfway mark time. Something nice and strong in 3, though. Leo Nolan from Melbourne Swimming Club trying to push as much as he can. The catch-up is from the bottom of the pool, though. We've got Jordan Silver in 6, Arjun Chahal in 7. And in 8 as well, Yifeng, a battle of the times, just ticking over on the clock, 1:10. Let's find out. So Hang Tang with a time of 1:12. Definitely in that final tonight. A couple of 1:14s by Arjun and Yifeng. That will be enough. And then I'm not sure where Leo Nolan is going to sit now with a 1:15, depending on the time for the next final. But still, some great efforts, and we will find out. And that happens quickly. We are up to heat 3. Very even across the middle of the pool. It's only just changed about now with those 2 middle lanes. We've got James Clare from Western Melbourne Propulsion and Ayan Gosaini from Bayside in 5. It's going to be the battle between them, and as I said, it's all about that time. They want to hit 1:14 and under if it's possible. It's a bit of a mix in here. I have a feeling that James Clare will be definitely doing that. His entry time at 1:06.99. So as we look around down below him as well, we've got Mark Aban in 6 and Jimmy Bao in 7. A battle between themselves as well as above. Adriano in 3, Callum in 2, but it's James and Ayan showing us how it's done. And James focusing fully towards the end of the race to that wall and on that time. Let's find out. A 1:09, that is definitely in the final. A 1:12 for Ayan, definitely in that final as well. And then we have a couple of 1:14s, Callum and Adriano. That's where it will be the mix of we shall see. But great stuff as we complete our 3rd heat out of 5. The 4th one is to come. Checking out those results here. Fantastic start by Bill Wang in lane 7 from Melbourne Swimming Club. 15 years of age, beautiful underwaters. And it's made him capitalise on that first 25 metres. Though in lane 5, Carl Robert Allen from Caulfield Aquatics streaming out in front. And I'm looking in lane 2 as well. Fletcher Davies from Brighton Grammar. Let's see what their times end up being. It will be a test to tell. Let's see if they can get that final tonight. But I'm sure that PBs will be getting smashed. So let's see this time as it is that battle now. He's kept his ground, Bill Wang in lane 7 against Carl Robert in 5. Top of the pool as well, Joshua Gilly from Essendon District Aquatic. Don't let go of him either. So the 4 boys across the top, Joshua, Fletcher, Carl Robert and Bill. Bill looking nice and confidently out in front, just by hands in front of Joshua, who's giving it such a wonderful go. Our time is just passing most likely what is the finals, but fantastic PBs by these boys. In first position, Bill Wang with a 1:18, knocking off a couple of seconds. He's got 1:18.19. In second, Fletcher Davies, 1:18.99. And that also is a couple of seconds off his time too, which is great to see. As we said, not all swims are your best swims, but to get a PB, it's got to be pleasing. It's progress. As we come to our last heat, as we have 6 swimmers in the pool, all with that entry time of 1:22. So I've got the challenge for them is, can they hit under that 1:20 mark? Brilliant start in lane 6. Jamie Dong from Surrey Park, 14 years of age. Rivaling from Nunawading, Bao Sheng, or should I say it's Thomas Whaley, his club mate, 15 years of age in lane 4. Looking very strong at that turn. It is 1 and 2 between them. Bao Sheng in that 3rd position. Gavin Danny following it in that 5th. Riley Orr giving it all that he has got, as well as Alexander Jing. So the focus is the battle between these two boys. As I said, setting the goal. Can they get under 1:20? They're in sync, but our Surrey Park athlete is just going to be out in front by half a body. It's Jamie Dong. Dominant to the end as he hits under the flags. He's not going to be caught with his outstretched arms. Gliding in, not the fastest hitting finish, but that's a 1:16.20. Awesome. That's knocking 6 seconds off his entry time. Thomas Wahel, 1:17.58. Again, knocking 5 seconds off. And Bao Sheng, 1:20.45, knocking 2 seconds off for him. So really, really good to see. They should be really pleased with their efforts. And now to the girls' 12-year-old 100-meter freestyle. It is event 18. Heats 1 of 3 is here. Great to see the efforts. Look at that from lanes 2 all the way to lane 6, 5, and bottom of the pool as well. We have Kirsten Silva and Louise Jing, or Jiang, I should say. So the time, fastest entry time was actually from Marielle Simmons in 4 with a 1:01.42. We'll see what happens as she comes along. She's being overtaken by Niam Jeffs in 6 from Yarra Plenty Waves, who's being rivaled by Elena Wang, who swam earlier this morning in the breaststroke for Nunawading. A little bit of a battle between the three of them. Claire Danny in 5, Niam Jeffs in 6, and Elena Wang. Don't be forgetting Marielle Simmons, who hits into the wall, 1:04.40. Very close finish there. And then Claire Danny, 1:04.44, and Niam Jeffs, 1:04.79. Then following in Taylor Holt, and then Claire Zhang, both at a 1:06. Again, another full pool in this heat. It's a fantastic race to swim, to really stretch yourself, because you are sprinting. It's 50 there, 50 back. Leading out into the front, our 2 middle lanes, you can see with the yellow lane ropes, Angelina Shang from Melbourne and Nia Clements from Surrey Park.
And those two are neck and neck as they head towards this one and only turn. So they turn through almost together, with Mia just ahead of Angelina, and sitting in 3rd place in lane 9 is Amber. So those 3 athletes are our leaders through that opening 50, but it is in the middle of the pool where Mia and Angelina are having a fantastic race, going head to head with 25 metres left to swim, with Ellie Wang now moving into 3rd.
Yeah, it is the battle. They have the fastest entry times between them. And yeah, it was Angelina just a little bit faster, which she is proving here with the evidence in the pool. 1:03.15 for her, with Mia a 1:04.36. So the fastest time in this second heat, and Angelina overall has been the fastest. And that 3rd position here in this heat, down the bottom of that pool, we've had Amber Lou with a 1:06.37. So 106 still looking to make the final at this stage.
Yes, it's probably going to be what 106 makes the final, because there's been a number of those athletes on the 106 mark. As we head into our third and final heat. Making their way through the first 15 metres, it is Victoria Dang who holds a slight lead over Ella Robinson.
Yes, very slight. It is just the two of them and fingertips in between. Our athlete from Surrey Park, Z Lee, chasing up against them, and next to her in two, Sophia Lonsdale as well, as they do the one and only turn. And coming up, look at the three across the middle, but it is four. It is Victoria Dang who is leading just for now, just.
And with 25 metres left to swim, it's a battle in three between Victoria, Ella, and Cadence has now joined it. So with 25 metres left to swim, Ella Robinson has taken over the lead. Cadence has now moved into second place, with Victoria sitting in third. They're coming underneath the flags, fighting all the way into the wall in this third heat. And it will be Ella who takes it in a 104.29, just ahead of Cadence, with Victoria in third place. So we're underway for our boys. 12 years, 100-metre freestyle. Heat 1 is in the water. And Hong Hang and Ian lead us through our opening 25 in the middle of the pool.
Yeah, we've got Ethan Dennison in 3 and George Zheng flanking those two boys either side. This is an all 12-year-old age group race. It's really nice underwater there by Hong Hang, which then extends his lead. I feel like the 100 metres is just go, and more. Just go.
You have to be out nice and fast and maintain that tempo. And that's the challenge and the skill part of it, to make sure you're getting out nice and fast, efficiently, so that your second 50 can be nice and strong. And Hong Hang has done a fantastic job of that. He's kept his stroke nice and long down this second 50 and comes in to take our opening heat out in a nice 101.29 ahead of Ian, with Ethan in third place.
Yeah, great effort by all of our boys there coming into the wall. That is our first heat of 5. Again, good to see how popular these heats are. So 101, 102, 105 range.
100 freestyle is always one of the most popular events. Everyone gives 100 freestyle a crack as we're underway in heat 2. And in the centre of the pool, it is Zane Matenje off to a nice strong start. He was very happy. I just walked past him a few minutes ago with his 200-metre individual medley. He's back in the water here for his 100 freestyle. More of one of the events that he prefers. He's really attacking this opening 50.
Yeah, we've got Benjamin Lay in 3 next to him, and Caleb Schmidt as we come into the turn. So Caleb in lane 5, trying to catch him. You can see his enthusiasm. Look at him trying to pull his arms into trying to gaining some ground against him. But it is Zane who is staying strong and staying consistent.
Yeah, so Zane does like the shorter events. Caleb likes to give those longer events a crack as well. And so those two boys are going to be first and second here in this second heat. 102.94 for Zane. Caleb in second. Benjamin in third.
As we check out the times on the board, and as they are about to come to you. Yeah, we're looking, we want to be under that 106.
Yeah, I think you're going to need to be in the 105s to give yourself a good chance tonight. If you're in there sitting in that 106 low, you're probably a little bit nervous as we head towards our third heat.
Quite even Steven across the board as we go from lanes 2 to 5. Now it's 3 to 5. They're keeping it nice and competitive. So Austin Yuan from another Wadding in 4. Just fingertip out in front.
He might not have been the fastest through that opening 25, Austin, but he's been able to maintain that speed. So he will lead through that opening 50. And has a strong lead. Andrail sitting in second place with Leonardo in third at that turn. So the action is in lane 4, 5 and 6 with 25 metres left to swim. Austin maintains his half body length lead, but it's starting to tighten up with 15 metres left to swim.
It's a little bit of a battle. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch Austin, but Andral and Leonardo giving it a go, and that's where Austin's got the 103.29, which is good. And then Andral 104.02 and Leonardo 103.60. I'm sorry, I should have switched those two around. Leo came second in that heat. But again, under that 105 that we've claimed as the mark. The next was a 107 with Hugo Gibson in lane 3.
It did get nice and tight, that race, in the last 15 metres. Leonardo stormed home to nearly reach Austin, but Austin held on. That middle 50 was really important for Austin to establish his lead. As we head along to heat 4 now.
Yeah, heat 4. That was a great start by Leon Kim from Confident Aquatics at the very top. And in lane 6, we've got Lachlan Croxford, who is having a bit of a storm coming out the front here.
Yeah, Lachlan, really strong opening 25, and he's kept that speed on. He's going to have a strong lead through this 50-metre turn. The turns through in a 31.58. He's at an entry time of a 1:13.68. So he's on for a big personal best time if he can just maintain his tempo. He's got 5 metres on the rest of the field with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, wow, it is, looking between, Jasper Zauer and even down the bottom of our screen, we've got Vincent Bowe in lane 8. Sort of a bit of a close one across the whole entire field. Nothing is stopping Lachlan there.
An absolutely fantastic swim for Lachlan, taking off 5 seconds from his personal best time to take out our 4th heat. 7 in second place and Jasper in third.
athletes for Heat 1 of Event 20. The women's 18 and over 50-metre backstroke are in the water. And it is Alexandra Skinner who has the best start and leads through the first 15 metres. She's keeping her tempo up nice and high. It's Julia St. Amand sitting in second place with 15 metres left to swim, but it is all Alexandra Skinner out in front, and she's going to take our opening heat out in a nice time of 29.94, so under the 30-second mark there. Judy in second place with Indy in third, sorry.
Go with our second heat for the girls, 18 and over 50-metre backstroke, and a brilliant start across the middle of the pool. We've got Courtney Mudge in 3, Jessica Wilson in 4, Amelia Kennedy in 5, and Jessica Wilson leading the way, half a body length out. She's really propelled her arms. Very, very impressive. Trying to catch her. Courtney Mudge in 3, Amelia Kennedy, but nothing could. 30.37 for Jess, Amelia 31.73, and Courtney Mudge 32.12 in that final. And there was only 2, so there was a high potential that someone from both of them could be making that race tonight.
So now we're moving on to event 21, the men's 18 and over 50-metre backstroke. Got 2 heats of our 18 and over 50-metre backstroke. And heat 1 is underway, and it's Anthony and James who get the best of the starts. And sitting in third place through the first 25 is Aidan Gleeson, but it will be between Anthony and James as they come underneath the flags. And Anthony is going to be first into the Warner, 26.69. James in second place and Aidan in third. There in our opening heat of our men's 18 and over 50 backstroke.
Exiting the pool, ready for that heat 2. Mix of ages, 18, 19, 20 in this upcoming heat. Bodies up out of the water to get maximum push off. And some great underwaters coming up. Joshua Wachowski leading the way. That happened in the middle of the pool. It was Xavier Purcell from Caulfield taking charge in this race. Josh keeping at the bottom of his legs, as well as we have got Tyler Theodore in 6-2. So a battle for that second position Xavier Purcell, it was all him with 27.01 seconds. Josh, 28.86, and Tyler, 29.13.
So that concludes the 50-metre backstroke action as we now move along to our 100-metre breaststroke for our girls 16 to 17 years for event 24. We have 2 heats. With heat 1 getting himself set behind the blocks. Nice strong start in lane from 5 from Yuji Lee, and she leads through that opening 25 ahead of Angelina Nguyen, with Chloe Berg sitting in 3rd place. Those 3 have pulled clear of the rest of the field here in our opening heat of our girls 16-1700 breaststroke.
Yeah, they're dominating on that first turn. 34.94 with that time. Zoe Fabry from Nuttawatting trying to catch as well. We've got Shelby Morgan in 2, but it is, yeah, Angelina, Chloe, and Yuxi, yeah, from Surrey Park. Maybe she can be caught. I'm looking at the speed of Chloe behind her.
Yeah, Chloe's putting together a really strong second 50 here. Chloe did have the fastest entry time, just ahead of Yuxi. And the margin has been reducing in this second 50, but it is too big to be caught. So it will be our athlete from Surrey Park who takes out our opening heat in a nice strong 1:16.07. Chloe in 2nd, Angelina in 3rd. So across these 2 heats, we've had a nice even mix of both the 16 and 17-year-old girls. Almost a perfect split. Great opportunity then to get to race athletes that they might not necessarily get to compete at the long course or short course Victorian Championships. But with the combined age group of 16-17 here, they get a chance to race some of their competitors of a slightly different age.
Yeah, what do you think the beauty of a Metro and a country championships is?
I like the slightly more relaxed vibe and the team atmosphere that is built around these Metro and country championships. We really saw that last weekend down in Geelong for the country championships. Probably here in the Metros, we need to maybe look at them and learn from the excitement that the country athletes bring and the dress up that they bring to their country championships. That's something that the country athletes are probably beating the Metro athletes on, as Grace leads through this opening 50 just ahead of Francis.
Yeah, vibe is what you're saying. Yeah, Grace is doing excellent. And Francis not too far behind her as well, but Grace looking very nice and confidently. It is only, session 1, and it is in the morning. Nothing too crazy on the cheers here so far, but a really nice, relaxed morning of swimming for our athletes. As Grace comes in nice and strong, she's caught out a body length out in front of Francis now, with a battle between Amy and Charlotte for that 3rd position. Looking on the other side, Eloise Pride. But Grace with a time of 1:18.38. Followed in by Francis, 1:21.03. As we move to event 25, the boys 16 to 17-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. starting first heat already. We have Daniel Nguyen, 16 years of age from CA Tritons with a fantastic start. Look how long his stroke is, just really positioning his body out in front. Fantastic job. Above him in lane 4, Milo Dressel de Bruyne. Had a great race earlier this morning, also in the breaststroke. Chasing Daniel as well on the other side is Andre in 6. So we'll see what happens there in that third position, or should I say lane 3. Jacob Chester is following him as well. But holding the lead, but only just. We have Daniel. He looks like he is going to be caught. He is challenged either side of him. So Milo in 4, Andre in 6, Daniel, the sandwich in the middle. Oh, and with the hands, nicely done. Milo 108.31, followed in by Daniel 108.46, then Andre 109.53. Really came down to touch. Jacob Chester following up with a 110.78.
But Ashley Lansbury has a slight lead as they emerge from the split stroke, with Samuel Mills going with him. So it is the centre of the pool where the action is at in this second heat. And those two are starting to extend their lead ever so slightly as we head towards this 50-metre turn. So a little bit long into the wall there from Ashley, but he does get his hands on the wall just ahead of Samuel. But Samuel had a bit more speed, so he got through that turn and came up alongside him, with Harry Combet not too far away. So it still is Samuel Mills with a slight lead, and he's starting to build on that advantage as we head into the final 15 metres. He's just getting a little bit more distance out of every stroke ahead of Ashley, as those two have pulled away from the rest of the field here in Heat 2. They come underneath the flags, and it will be Samuel Mills down to touch, a 109.07 ahead of Ashley, with Harry in third place.
Here we are, heat 3. Focusing on those times still. Entry time, Hamish Evans in lane 4, 106. A couple of 108s there either side of him. First challenge, Hamish. Darcy Stewart, lane 3. And then also Max Malone, lane 5. Max, the charge halfway. As we check out the underwaters, how smooth his transition is. He is still leading, so he really just needs to keep up that rate, that pace, that energy to be able to take it on home. We are really looking at his time. So if he can knock off anything off a 108, then be a PB for him. But yeah, Hamish is not going to let him go on that one.
Hamish is having a really strong second 50, reducing the margin with every stroke, coming alongside Max with 5 metres left to swim. Just going to be a matter of who gets the hands on the wall with the timing of the stroke. Hamish went with a very, very, very long last stroke. Max finished on a full stroke, and that was the difference. Max just getting the touch, with Darcy sitting in third place. So now we're going to move along to event 26, the girls' 13 years 100-metre freestyle. We have 4 heats of this event. On the blocks is heat 1. A nice strong start from Eve, once again in lane 3. We've seen her use those underwater works to advantage, but by the 25-metre mark, Zoe McCauley has taken over the lead, and now starting to make a move is Amelia Broughton in this second 25 of this opening 50.
Yeah, it really is lanes 4, 5 and 6 who are on this turn. We'll be coming out to see who's still the leader. That Amelia looking nice and strong and has really capitalised on that one and gained momentum coming out of it. Because look at her feet picking up. It's a higher beat kick. 25 metres to go. She wants the time. She wants that final. This is heat 1 of 4 that she's got to compete in.
Yeah, she was our only athlete under the minute mark, seated at a 58.53. So it's no surprise that she pulled clear of the rest of the field to take out this opening heat. Zoe in second and Annabelle in third. So very close to sub-minute there from Amelia in our opening heat. So she'll be looking to challenge her personal best tonight. See if she can get back under the minute mark as we now move along to heat 2.
And so looking at turning around, what do our athletes need to be doing in the time in between now and when 4:30 final starts?
Some of them may have had multiple swims this morning, so to make sure that they're getting their recovery done, getting their swim downs done, and then fueling up, so making sure they're eating, giving themselves enough energy to go again tonight, possibly having time for a little bit of a rest as Jemana leads through this opening 50 in a 30.67 ahead of Eve, with Madeline sitting in third place. And then once they've come back to the pool this evening, getting themselves prepared, warming up again, getting their mind ready to go, and then diving in and having a great performance.
Sounds simple enough.
Easy. And Jemana's doing a good job out in front here in this second heat, and she's going to comfortably take it out in a 102.06 with Rena in second place and Eve in third.
We're in heat 3, very even start across the board. I do want to highlight Annabella Kim's efforts over in lane 0 before we know that Hannah Dai in 4 is going to make her move, and she already has. Following alongside her in 5 is Ada Dixon-Zong, and Ella Shia as well, keeping neck and neck with Ada.
Yeah, Hannah leads through that opening 50 and a nice sub-30 opening 50. She's definitely put the speed on there. Ella sitting in second, Ada in third. Those three have got a little bit of a margin over the rest of the field, but Hannah in the centre of the pool just continued to pull away and accelerate down this second 50.
Yeah, really interesting to see what time she comes up with, because yeah, from the looks of her swim today, there is no stopping her. And that is a time of 1 minute, 1 minute, 0.66. So just over the minute mark, just. Next in line was Ella Shee, got in that second position in this heat, 104.52. Then in third, we had Ada with a 105.32.
We're now making our way into our fourth and final heat of our girls 13 years 100-metre freestyle. A nice even line across the pool through this first 15 metres, with Matilda in lane 1, the leader as we cross that 25-metre mark.
Yeah, it's always exciting when you can throw a blanket across the pool. But our athlete from Surrey Park, Holly Wooten, is making her move as well as look at the top to Matilda Biro from Melbourne Swimming Club. She's just led at that turn with a 32.05. So her entry time was a 103.67. So you can see what we can do to get under. Sorry, hers was a 109.78. So yeah, interesting to see if she can keep up that pace, which it looks like she's doing.
She's given herself a good chance with that opening 50. She's got 15 metres left to swim now. She's holding on to a slight lead. Victoria in the centre of the pool is flying home as well. And those two head underneath the flags together and down to touch. It will go to Victoria in a 108.09, just ahead of Matilda, with Karen sitting in third place. Nice strong swims from those three in the 108s. Personal best times there in heat 4.
Just like that, we are in event 27, the boys 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle. So having a beautiful start. Lincoln Hall from Nuttawading. His entry time is under a minute, so keen to see what he does there. Along with under a minute is Jaden Lee as well, his clubmate in 5. Who's not just sticking with him at the moment. In lane 6, it actually is Rupert Davin from St. Kevin's. And on the other side of Lincoln is Leon Osborne. So we'll see how this shapes up. 25 metres to go.
Yeah, so really strong opening 50 there from Lincoln. And he's keeping that kick going nice and strong down this second 50. So we saw him get out nice and fast, and he's put together a really strong second 50 under that 30-second mark on that second 50 to take out this opening heat. Rupert in second and Jaden in third. So Rupert also joining Lincoln under the minute mark. So we'll see how many other boys in the next few heats can swim under the minute. As heat 2 athletes are now on the block. Through the first 15 metres, it's nice and even. With ever so slowly, the centre of the pool starting to make a bit of a move, but the flyer is Jordan Chu down in lane 9. He leads through the first 35 metres, half a body then clear of the athletes in the centre of the pool. So Jordan turns first, ahead of Rain, Evan and Lachlan.
Yeah, Jordan is smashing it, isn't he? I really love an outside winner, so I hope that he can hold on. But coming from the centre of the pool, we've got Evan and Rain in 4 and 5, who have now overtaken him. It took 75 metres to be able to do it. But yeah, Evan, Rain and Lachlan 4, 5 and 6. And then looking also at the top of the pool in lane 1, Nate Anderson. It is Evan with a 59.96, so under the minute mark. And then Rain Lee with a minute, 0.71. And then Lachlan a minute, 0.89, so he's very close behind him.
So our third heat is in the water now. And a really strong start from Kingsley Wang. Using those underwaters to his advantage. He led through the first 15 metres, also swimming well as Yu Young out in lane 0. And now storming through once we've started the swimming portion of this is Andrew Wang. So he wasn't the fastest for the first 15 metres, but he's definitely the fastest swimmer in this heat, and he leads through this opening 50.
Yeah, Andrew Wang with an entry time of just under a minute, so he'd be looking to vie for that or to get that position for tonight. And yeah, excuse me, to shave time off that entry time. But either side of him, we have Matthew Kim from Nuttawading, and then we have Kingsley Wang, also from Nuttawading. He's surrounded, but he's doing it. He's coming under the flags. He's looking for that time. Just under a minute as well, 59.53. Only 0.6 seconds just after his entry time. So that's a great swim by him. And then the other guys, Matthew and Kingsley, at that minute mark, followed then by 102s and 103s.
That's going to be a very competitive final tonight as we head towards our fourth heat. We've had about half the field's going to be challenging that minute mark or already under that minute mark. The rest of them are going to be somewhere around the double O's. So it's a very strong competitive field. Looking forward to tonight's final as we're into heat 4, and they're all off to a nice strong start. With Sanduka in lane 9 swimming strongly, and in the center of the pool Daniel also in contention to lead through this opening 50.
Yeah, it is the battle. Yeah, they're in lane 9. Sanduka impressed. Carton Piranhas was all 13 years of age. He looks like he's maybe just leading the way, or he's been taken over by lane 5. We've got Daniel from Essendon. Yeah, and it is him that is coming to bring it home. Above him, though, Daniel, we've got Farage, we've got David, we've got Owen. Again, he's really fighting for that time for the final. Let's see, 102.54 for Daniel. And the next ones, we have Owen with a 104.64. And then it was Sanduka. He did manage to get that third position in the heat, 104.78. But I'm not sure if it will be enough. We will have to see with one more heat to go.
So our athletes for our 5th and final heat are setting themselves up behind the blocks as we see the results from heat 4. So our final heat of 13-year-old boys have hit the water.
Palmatapa looked like it's some good underwaters. So as soon as we've come up, and we are swimming Oliver Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 3. Really taking the lead, taking charge in this first opening 50.
Yeah, Oliver Brown is now out to over a body length lead through that opening 50. Talar still maintained his hold of second place, with Toby sitting in third. So with 35 metres left to swim, Oliver Brown continues to hold a nice strong lead here in our 5th and final heat. Those legs have been working nice and strongly throughout this first 75 metres. He works his way underneath the flags to take out our 5th and final heat. A 104.78 Pilar in second place, with a strong second 50 from Kingsley, moving him into third. So we're now going to move along to event 28, the girls' 14-1500 metre backstroke. We have 6 heats of this event. as our fantastic volunteers, parents and technical officials get our backstroke ledgers set and ready to go.
I always say at this point in time, if you're ever interested in volunteering or becoming a technical official, we'd love to hear from you with Swimming Victoria. You can find our contact on our website, or even DM us on Instagram. Swimming's really a community sport, and we need different people in different positions to make the events a great experience and to run as smooth as they do. So we would love to have you part of our community, so let us know.
And those technical officials are some of the best people you'll ever meet. Some of them have been volunteering their services for more than 30 years.
But it's so nice because then, for example, we've got our 10-year-olds here and they can see the swimmers, grow up into their 20s and beyond in swimming. It's so lovely. And they're not even all from, I know we're at our Metro Championships today, but, some are from regional.
Yes, so we couldn't run these meets without our technical officials, so we always thank them for their attendance and their positive attitude that they bring as we're underway here in our opening heat of the girls 1450 for 14-15 100-metre backstroke. And in the centre of the pool, as she always does, off to a fantastic start is Henrietta Wong.
Yeah, she just had a fantastic start to the race, and she's been impressive at other meets. So leading the way for her, really about the time and then really about that final tonight. I'm looking over in lane 0 as well. We've got Waylon Trong having a good first 50 metres. She's vying for that second position at the moment. And then Matilda Young is in lane 3 and Mia Huang in 5.
So it is all Henrietta out in front. She's keeping that tempo up nice and high. And she makes her way underneath the flags. The battle behind her is nice and tight, but out in front, there was no question about this. Henrietta Wong, Matilda Young in second place, and Waylin Chong does get the touch for third.
And Nick, while we're getting organised, I want to talk about Fun Swim. It's an exciting new initiative by Swimming Victoria, which bridges the gap between Learn to Swim and squad swimming. So that age 7 to 12-year-old years swimmer, and it's just fun, it's engaging, it's meant to be accessible, it's meant to be an introduction into racing. If you're interested, if your kid is interested, if you are interested in seeing where they might go, they might be loving swimming, they might be loving the pool. You might have a community at the pool or want to get a community with a local club, and so it's a great introduction. It's called Fun Swim, so you can look it up. It's a nice little pathway from a Learn to Swim club, and encourages new skills to be learnt. It's really positive, and it's central to ensuring young swimmers have a good time and are well transitioned into the actual sport if they'd like to compete.
It's always great to have those pathways into swimming to sort of learn more about it as you dip your toe in the water.
Literally, and it's a fun one too.
So underway for Heat 2, and it is a nice even start, but Phoebe Scarf and Megan Lee hold a slight edge as we hit that 25-metre mark, with Yarulan sitting in third place.
Yeah, Phoebe Scarf looking quite impressive in lane 4. Megan Lee challenging her. Yarulan also in the mix. So it's those 3 swimmers across the middle. And even I would even add a fourth. I would even say Romina Vulgaris as well is hanging on. So it's really, let's see who storms away, and it is Roland, it is Phoebe, it is Megan. Phoebe and Megan now having the battle, the yellow cap and the black cap. Megan just leading out ahead at the moment. Checking out what her time is. Yeah, she's extended her lead quite confidently with a 1:08.44 she receives. Followed in by Phoebe, a 1:09.21. Now Roland, a 1:09.60. Lucy Reed as well, not doing too bad herself, 1:09.982. So very close.
Had 6 swimmers under the 110 through the first 2 heats. A number of swimmers, another 3 swimmers sitting on that 110 mark. So these swimmers in heat 3 have seen the standard of those opening 2 heats as they get themselves set behind the blocks.
So Nick, do you think the swimmers are looking or obsessing at the times, or is it their coach? Where does the coach fit in to say, don't worry about it, I've got you on the times, I'll let you know? Or how much responsibility is normally put on this
I
one?
think it's very hard not to see that giant scoreboard. So obviously you're focusing on your race and how you're going to execute your race, but being aware what other people around you have done doesn't hurt, as long as you can then focus back in on yourself before you begin your race and not let... Doesn't matter if other heats have swum fast, slow, your friend's done well, your friend hasn't done well. You need to be able to forget about that as you prepare to hop into the water for backstroke, and then focus in on yourself. Think about how you were planning to swim this with your discussion with your coach before you went to self-marshalling, and then focus on that and then head towards that goal that you set yourself pre-race.
I always like the question of, would you rather chase or would you rather lead? Because again, knowing times, it can be motivating. It's the psychology of the sport and performance and just the way we are, isn't it?
So we've got a couple of very strong underwater dolphin kickers in the center of the pool, with Zara and Aria both getting out to sort of 14 and a half meters underwater before they surfaced, and they used that strength to their advantage to pop up in first and second place ahead of Adriana David.
Yeah, I feel like we say it time and time again, the middle 2 lanes, but I also feel that, yeah, Adriana is in the mix in this one here. Looking at across, we do have Ruby Moore doing a fantastic job. Aria, though, really, it's Aria, Zahara, and Adriana.
And now Zara's making her move in this third 25. She's pulled into the lead and started to extend away in this final 25. Adriana's pulled up alongside Aria, and they're having a nice tight battle for second. But it is all Zara Olawani out in front. She has had the fastest of the second 50s to pull clear of the field here in this third heat to take it out, with Aria in second and Adriana in third.
That final swimmer coming into the wall. Well done. That is heat 3. So still quite competitive, but yeah, you're wanting to be under. What are we wanting to be under? Is it 110, 19? Less.
I think you're going to... The 19s are safe. The 110s... some of them are going to be joining the final action. Others are going to be watching from the side.
4 is underway. Very close across the whole of the pool. At the moment, from the top in 1, we have Charlize Hodgson, Scarlett Siddles, Renee Lister in 3, Matilda Draper in 4, 5, Adelaine Sun and Kami Farmi in 6. But really making her move in 2, we've got Scarlett Siddles from Yarra Plenty Waves. Got a bit of a shout out from the crowd for her as well a couple of times. A bit of a woohoo from some club mates. We love it, raising the vibe. I'm looking at 6 and 7 as well. So Kama Farmi, Jessica Campbell, Nuttawading and Aqua Stars. But yeah, Scarlett's really storming ahead. She wants it. She wants the time. So Scarlett came in with a time of 1:14.69. So let's see what she can produce. It is going to be under that. We have a 1:12.64. That's nicely done. Adeline 1:13.95. Matilda Draper 1:14.32. We had a really good heat just before, and that is a nice start from the edges of the pool. We have Grace Doe, and it's Alyssa Lau from CA Tritons in 2. From my view, it looks like she's leading the way. Alyssa, Ava Coombs in 3, Lexi Freestone in 4, Elaine Lavika in 5. Strong leaders at the moment, and halfway Alyssa 35.52. Alyssa wanting to beat a 1:15 time, and can she do that on the board? It's great to see 100-meter backstroke, such a popular event.
Did a fantastic turn there, Alyssa, and extended her lead off the wall and leads at that 75-meter mark. Elaine is starting to make some ground, though, as we head towards that false start rope with 15 metres left to swim. Those two are neck and neck, with Lexi Freestone moving to 3rd place and reducing the margin as well. So as we come underneath the flags, it'll be Elena who's now moved into the lead as she goes into the wall and takes it out, with Alyssa in 2nd and Lexi in 3rd there for heat 5. So now a 6th and final heat is in the water. Our girls 14-15, 100-meter backstroke. And really strong underwaters from Emily Wong in lane 3, and she pops up with a commanding lead. She was able to keep that body really tight while she was adding in those dolphin kicks.
Yeah, Lydia Hughes has now overtaken her at the moment. She was just warming up as she was letting Emily take the lead. Now she has taken control. At the halfway mark, she's half a body length out in front. Emily doesn't want to let her go. I'm looking also at lane 7. I've got Amelia Greening from Surrey Park making ground. She's just slowly catching up alongside as Yvette Hone over in lane 0 at the top. But yeah, Emily Wong trying to catch Lydia Sue, and I don't think she's going to be able to. Lydia Sue, she's on the edge of her lane rope, but she's leading the way, and she's going to finish off strong. She's just seen the flags. Nice kick in, 1:14.71 for Emily, and that's fantastic. That's 4 seconds off her time. And then in that second, it was Emily Greening, 1:17.47, taking off 2 seconds. So a few PBs in that final heat, which was heat 6. And that is the completion of our girls' 100-meter backstroke. It's now the boys' turn for 14 to 15 years of age, their 100 back. As we just check out those final results on the screen. We have our first. And they're away. I felt he was so deep underwater, I couldn't see him that well. That was Liam Paulson in 4, but he's come out nice and strong as he surfaced to the water. Versing him, Hang Tang Wang in 5. These guys have already swum earlier this morning. And then the other side of Liam in 3, we've got Jack Trananides from PLC. Keep up in the mix with him there, but really it's who is going to take down Liam Paulson in 4. Potentially Hang Tang Wang. It's about maintaining that speed, looking at the kick. Beautiful strong arms. They're in sync just at the moment. We'll see if that pattern changes at all. And then in that 3rd position, Jack is looking to be able to select and find that time. Because what we're wanting, if possible, around that 1 minute mark, and he's aimed for it. He's gotten underneath it. Liam Paulson, 59.94. Hang Tang Wang, 1:02.83. And then Jack, 1:03.47. Followed in by Xavier, 1:05.62. And then in 5th, Chris Zhu at a 1:05.87. So interesting to see what they've got. Liam entered with the time just under a minute, so he's also been able to deliver that in this morning's heat.
Yeah, strong heat swim there from Liam. We move now to heat 2. And popping up in the lead in the center of the pool is Aiden Ramos. Worked those underwaters nice and strongly. Getting close to about 14 meters before he surfaced as he leads from Alfred Hand through that first 25. With Kaylin Theodore sitting in 3rd place in a tight battle for that minor place in this second heat. But it is all Aiden out in front. Nice, fast opening 50, that 28.91. Has an entry time of 1:00.64 with a 28.9. He's giving himself a chance to post a personal best time and move close to the minute. Well, he might not do it in this morning's heat session. He should take the confidence that he's got that speed, and hopefully tonight he can challenge Liam under that minute mark. But it will be 1:00.67, so right on his entry time to take out that second heat. Alfred in 2nd place and Kaylin in 3rd.
Yeah, he looked so impressive right from the very start. Was in command, in control, and yeah, got that minute mark, which will get him into that final tonight.
Yeah, give him a comfortable centre lane for tonight's final. So he'll be sitting alongside Liam, you would have thought, as we head towards our 3rd heat.
This is heat 3 of 4. Again, a deep underwater by our lane 3, Aiden Tang. But Campbell Mills has come out from the 4th looking very strong. Very powerful with his arms. There's no stopping him. It's 1, 2, 1, 2. He's found his tempo very early in this race.
Yep, nice high stroke rate there from Campbell, and he will lead through this opening 50. A tight battle developing behind him, with Aiden Tang just ahead of Benjamin Van Dyke, with Freddie Tomlinson and Angus Yule also still in the mix.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see their times for what they're needing to get for tonight. But storming away is Aiden, and he looks great. Oh, Campbell, I should say. He looks great. Coming into the wall, 1 minute point 50. So again, that'll see him into the final. Not quite sure about the others all at that 105, but still a great race by them for this heat 3.
Yeah, those spots in that final are going to be nice and competitive on that 105 mark. But the centre of the pool for the final tonight with Campbell, Aiden, Liam. It's going to be a great race with Hang Tang also joining in. So I'd like to see, we'll hopefully see multiple people under that minute mark this evening as our 4th and final heat enter the water.
Swimmers. What would you prefer? Would you prefer a full pool if you were going to swim, or just a few of you?
I just want a lane that I can swim in. Any lane's a good lane. Doesn't matter how many other people in the pool are. As Andrew's doing a good job out in front in the centre of the pool from Ivanhoe's swim. He leads through that opening 25. Head of Alexander from Caulfield Aquatics and James from Western Melbourne Propulsion.
Yeah, so Alexander 14, Andrew 14, and James 15. And Andrew doing a great turn, just surfacing from above the water here. Andrew trying to beat his own time of 1:13.25 with just 25 metres to go. He's doing very well out in front, flanking him for that tight battle for that 2nd and 3rd position are both of the other 2 boys, Alexander and James. Neck and neck, but James is just pushing up here as we're going to reach to the under the flags. I think he is trying to catch Andrew, but he's not going to be able to as Andrew reaches the wall. 1:10.13. He's bet his time. That's great. Same with James, 1:11. And then Alexander Jin, 1:12.30.
So we're going to have a re-swim of an earlier race of the 50 butterfly before we move on to our next event. So this is a re-swim of event 9, heat 3. Is setting themselves up behind the blocks. So just there was the officials felt that possibly it wasn't a fair start with the starting system, so they just wanted to give the athletes another chance to post a time here for those who were disadvantaged. It looks like we've got 3 athletes behind the blocks. Joshua in lane 0. Andy in lane 2 and Owen in lane 3. So while they had a time recorded, the officials felt it wasn't a completely fair and even start. So they've given these athletes an opportunity to have a second swim. And they are making the most of it as they are behind the blocks. Ready for their 50-metre butterfly. So we're going to be moving from the speed event in the butterfly, the 50-metre butterfly, and then straight into our 200 butterfly. So we'll see our butterfly athletes in action, but some of them at the different ends of the spectrum.
Yes, we will. Well, while we are waiting, let's play the little guessing game of how many clubs do you think have entered our metros?
I'm going to say 50.
You have guessed correctly twice now. It is 50 on the dot that actually have entered our Metro Championships this weekend. So 50.
And that one I didn't actually know.
Gold star to you, really, out of all the chances. All right, how many athletes have entered our Metro Championships this weekend?
1,200.
One more guess. It is lower. It's lower than 1,000.
Disappointed myself then. And we're going 930.
974 athletes are part of the weekend, our Metro Champs. And with those 974 athletes, how many individual entries into our events are there?
I'm going to say with 900 plus athletes, we're going to be swimming about 2,800.
Oh, you are close. You're in the realm. So 2,645 individual entries. So that is 50 clubs are part of the weekend. Out of those 50 clubs, 974 athletes with 2,645 entries. It's a big weekend.
Lots of opportunities for athletes to jump in the pool and have a swim, represent their club here at these Metro Championships with pride.
Yeah, it's a fun event. As we're just getting organised, we are coming towards the wrap-up of our session 1. So just a reminder, if you are, and we highly encourage that you do, returning to watch finals, it will be from 4:30 this afternoon. So not too late into the evening. We begin at 4:30, and there will be medals. We like excellent races. We like amazing efforts. We like PBs, and we like giving out recognition and reward for the amazing efforts.
And just like this morning, we'll be streaming via the Fox Sports Australia YouTube channel or on KO Freebies throughout these long course season. So we've had those championships at the countries last week on those 2 platforms. And we're ready for Metros once again across both of those platforms with Victorian State Open Championships coming up in a week's time.
Here we go.
So we are underway here in our re-swim of Heat 3 of Event 9, the male 18 and over 50-metre butterfly. And through that opening 25, it's Andy and Owen going stroke for stroke. With 15 metres left to swim, Owen has just got a slight lead. It's all going to come down to if he can time the finish well. He should hold on to lead. They go to the wall together, and it will be Owen who just gets the touch of ahead of Andy. And a nice time of 26.45 with Joshua in 3rd place.
That was a fun little battle between the two of them, Andy and Owen.
So great swim there for our 3 athletes contesting that 50 butterflies. Now we move on to our 200 butterfly. We have 2 heats of the 200 butterfly. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Just making sure the setup is all correct before we begin our race. And on the blocks they now go. So beautiful underwaters from this view. We have Mia Yao, 19 years of age from Caulfield Aquatics, leading the way at the moment. We also have Jordan Barnell, who is 20 years of age from Nuttawading. She is in lane 6. Manar Mafuz, 23-year-old from Melton, in lane 1. Our most experienced swimmers in regards to age, but Mia having a great first 50 metres with a time of 30.28. Mia will be aiming to get under 2:17.01 in total overall. So 50 metres down, tick. You just have to keep going. So just above Mia, Chloe Burke from Melton, 17 years of age, is following her. And then it's between Courtney in 2 and Manar in 1 that are our next swimmers in tow of Mia. A little bit of a pairing, a battle between Jordan and Millie in 6 and 7. Mia doing a fantastic job. She's over halfway, leading by about 4 body lengths. And the coaches are yelling out because it is a 200-meter butterfly. It is a tough, very tough race. Looking at their breathing, she's going 1 for 1 as she's coming into the wall. This is Mia we're focusing on here. Then she'll come back to the one stroke, 1 breath. Oh, she's got 2 at the moment, 2 breaths and then 1 stroke. So again, it's a pattern. It's what flow you're in. Like, look at the flow. Her hips outside of the water there. You want to keep your body up nice and high. And then who's broken away just above her? It is Chloe Burke. She's broken away from Courtney in 2 and Manar in 1, who are still staying next to each other as she comes into the finish. Both hands to touch with a time of 2:20.80. That is for Mia. And our next person to touch the board, Chloe Burke, in a time of 2:26.69. And then it was Courtney Mudge with 2:31.39. As our final swimmer comes in, Amy Bai, 13 years of age, the youngest swimmer in this race. Some great experience by her. It's a long race to be doing butterfly, so huge efforts. 200 meters by the girls. That is our first heat. We're about to have our second. Our second heat now underway. And a couple of gaps before we've got Madeline in the bottom lane, but it is in lanes 3 and 5 that are leading. We have Abby Mesha and we have Layla Mafuz. Now, Nick, how hard do you think a 200 butterfly is? I think it would be one of the toughest. events.
It's definitely one of the, I think all the 200s have their individual hardness about them. The challenge in this butterfly is trying to stay relaxed through this opening 100. Good easy speed and really trying to feel light and fast and sitting up nice and high in the water. So Layla Mahfouz continues to have a slight lead alongside Abby Mesha, with Jemima Hale sitting in third place. All three of these athletes sitting up nice and high in the water as they make their way through to the 100-metre turn. And this is probably where the Turner Butterfly event gets hard. That wall down the far end, if we're not feeling amazing, starts to vanish into the distance, and it's like a never-ending 50, this one. So it's really important that we keep that tempo going, but it's our body position, keeping those hips up, keeping those feet up, and trying to stay low when we breathe. Breathe forward, not up. And Abby Mesh is doing a really good job of that. Her tempo has remained unchanged. She's staying over the top of the stroke, powering forward.
Yeah, she's looking really nice and strong. 14 years of age. Abby is in lane 5 from MLC, and she's going to be trying to beat the time of 2:21.98. So let's say like 2:22.
So she's probably not quite on that speed in this morning's heat session, but her tempo's been consistent, which is really important in butterfly. We don't want to be stop-starting with that butterfly tempo. We want to try and keep that body position up, maintain that rhythm, and she's done a really good job through this second 100 of doing just that to extend her lead over Layla Mahfouz. And it will be those two who are 1 and 2 in this second heat, with Jemima in third.
Yeah, nicely done by the girls, as we have Lola in 0 and Madeline in 9. Finishing, and their times, really good job. Now it's time for the men. It's event 31, the men's 200-meter butterfly. So yes, a tough race, this one. We need to time this, and that's a great start. We've got Thomas O'Toole in lane 8 down the bottom, 14 years of age from Nuttawading. And then in lanes 3 and 4 are the ones that are really blistering forward already in this first 50. So Owen Williams Polly, 20 years of age from Nuttawading. And then in 4, Elson Lee, 19 years of age from Melbourne Swimming Club. They're the battle at the moment. Look how nice it is when visually when they're in sync. Big kick to be able to propel forward and just the arms outstretched. So we have Elson breathing on every stroke, along with Owen Williams Polly at the moment in that second 50 as they've hit the halfway mark. So Owen 1:02.33. Elson just in front by less than a second. So we'll see if he can hold him. And yeah, breathing every stroke for those two front runners in Owen and Elson. And then it's going to be a little bit of a battle on the outside of that. We've got Liam Joy from Nuttawading in 2. So he is in there. Lachlan Bull in 6 and Michael Fan in 7, along with in 5, Zachary Gordon. So coming into that final 50 here, and it is Nelson that's really zipped away on Owen. And he's look at how strong that big kick is. The one kick, huge. amount of effort to propel him forward into the water. So reaching for the time in our first heat, 2:08 on the dot. And then it was 2:12.89 for Owen, and he's pushed up in his time by a couple of seconds with that one, followed by Lachlan Bull, who came third, 2:21.84. So we'll have to see what heat 2 is going to produce from us, but Owen Polly at the moment with a 2:08 is the fastest time. Heat 3, and it's a great start by Adam Alfany, 18 years of age from Surrey Park. Look at him dominate in the middle, body length out in front within 25 metres.
And just really relax through this opening 50, keeping that length in his stroke as he makes his way through this opening 50. 28.11, so nice speed. Kynan sitting in second with Jack in third through that opening 50.
So yeah, Adam has been the fastest entry time at a 2:07.68, but we really just need a hit, under that 2:13 mark at this stage to be able to be qualifying for tonight's final.
Yeah, so he's just looking to get a solid swim in this morning's session, and more probably focused on how he's putting it together than so much the time as he turns through that 100 in a 1:00.79. So good speed through the 100 as he continues to extend his lead.
What do you think of a 200-metre fly in the morning and then backing that up in a final? How do you disperse that energy across both of them? You want to make sure you get in too.
Yeah, so you have to trust that you're going to have done enough training to swim 200 flies in one day, and then you are actively doing the correct things to help your recovery between the events, and so you don't worry about the second one until you've ticked off the first one.
Well, Adam is definitely going to be ticking off this first one with just over 25 metres to finish it off, so vying for that time. And then following him up, it's Keenan Power in 3 above him on our screen, and Riley Hodgson's in 5, Daniel Atkinson in 6. Keen to check out their times and compare it to our first heat. So Adam in a time of 2:08.54. It's looking good, and in competition with Elson Lee from the first heat. Keenan Powers 2:18.62, followed by Daniel Atkinson 2:18.77, Riley 2:19.24.
There's a really strong swim there from Adam, and he managed to stay relaxed, which was what was really impressive about that swim. He looked smooth and relaxed and in control, and so it'll be good to see what he can do when he comes back tonight and tries to put the pressure on. That's the challenge. Sometimes when you put more pressure on, it doesn't always lead to faster times. So that will be Adam's challenge when he comes back tonight as we move on to our third heat. Great that we do have 3 heats of 200 butterfly.
It's not punishment, is it?
Not punishment. It's good to see that we've got positive athletes willing to tackle the tough events. And with Owen Kruger starting off nice and strongly in lane 3, he will lead us through this opening 50 here in our third and final heat.
Yeah, so it was Harry Kumar with a 2:10 was the fastest to qualify, and so he's chasing up against Owen at the moment. He's not going to let him go. And then we've got Ishaq Gazmal from Surrey Park in 5, and they're sort of becoming more neck and neck at the moment. And above Owen is Louis Sherritt from Bayside too. As we reach in the halfway mark.
And the difference in tempo between our athletes and body position is quite noticeable. So Owen's got a much slower stroke. He's now starting to increase his tempo a little bit, and he sort of has that pause out in front between each stroke, whereas Harry's a little bit shorter, sharper on those strokes. Ishak is more consistent and flowing with his tempo. We know that Isaac is a really good swimmer over those shorter distances, so it's good to see that he's extending himself here in the 200 against some slightly more seasoned campaigners, with both Owen and Harry being 17 years of age.
It's a bit more into a 3-2-1 now. Owen, Harry and Isaac. I can see Harry, though, speeding up. Just chasing him again. It's the difference in the stroke rate, but I really think Harry is looking for the overtake here. Harry from D5 Swimming Club. He's done it. He's overtaken, and he's got that strong hit on the wall. 2:18.79.
So with Owen touching in second and Ishak in third. Our next event on the program is event 32, the women's 100-metre backstroke multi-class.
So this is a timed final. We're just securing our backstroke ledges as our previous swimmers get out of the water. Range of swimmers in this race.
We have Ruby Halliday in lane 2 from MLC. Jessica McDermott from Western Melbourne Propulsion in lane 3. Grace Ryder from Ivanhoe Swim in 4. Abigail Garbellini from Nuttawading in 5, and Scarlett Morgan from Western Melbourne Propulsion in 6.
And Jessica McDermott having a really good start. 13 years of age, S19. So we've got a few S19s from Jessica, Grace, Abigail and Scarlett. So all those, the bottom lanes are competing against themselves, and then Ruby is an S8, who is in the top of our screen on 2, is competing against that time that we talk about, that world record time. But in lane 4, it is Grace Ryder who is leading her pack of S19 classified swimmers at the moment. Looking very nice and strong, and then flanked either side by Jess and Abigail.
So with 35 metres left to swim, Grace has continued to keep that tempo up nice and high, and a good body position she's maintaining through this final 25. Jessica and Abigail are going stroke for stroke in that battle for second to the wall, as they sit a body length behind Grace. But Grace took the lead nice and early in this race, and continued to slowly extend it throughout, and down to touch in a 1:23.81, with Jessica just ahead of Abigail for second. Next to the wall will be Scarlett, our 4th swimmer in the S19 category in that heat, with Ruby Halliday touching the wall there in 5th place. A reminder, those times will be converted into a point score to determine our champion and medal winners. So we have one final event on the program for this morning's session of our first heat session of our 2026 Mateola Victorian Metro Long Course Championships. That's the men's 100-metre backstroke multi-class time final. Got 3 athletes in the water. William Forte from Westbourne Swim Club in lane 3. Kelvin Tran from Oasis Otters in 4. And Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves in 5. So similar to the girls, we've got a little bit of a head-to-head battle here with Cooper and Kelvin, both in that S14 category. And they are going stroke for stroke down this opening 50 with William in our S10 category.
Yeah, I also love that, I mean, again, training mode, they're on the edge of their lane rep, so like they are so close to each other physically. Both Kelvin and Cooper, they're realigning just now, but yeah, so close, directly competing against each other. They're doing a fantastic job. Cooper just a hand out in front here at the moment. And then, as you said, William Ford racing against a time instead of directly. So, yeah, we'll see what these boys have to produce. Cooper is bringing that energy at the moment.
So with 15 metres left to swim, Cooper holds a slight lead over Kelvin as they come underneath the flags and down to touch. It will be Cooper who touches first, with just half a second separating those two, with William underneath the flags and into touch there to conclude this morning's action.
Yeah, and that's Cooper knocking off a second off his time as well, so well done. And yeah, that was our final swim for this morning. But as we've mentioned, for our 2025-26 Mattioli Victorian Metro Long Course Championships, we will be back this evening for the finals from all the heats this morning.
Yeah, so we look forward to you guys joining us once again at 4:30 p.m. Until then, goodbye.
Ah, ah.